Tell me, do I click start streaming or
You're good.
it's all good? Okay.
How are you feeling? Are you ready to cheer them on? For our first lift of the day, bar is loaded for Here we go.
We have Marianne Ruzestik. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Up with 52.5 kilos for her opener. Let's see how she is able to take that. The USA singlet might mean that she's a very experienced, good lifter. And to me, that looked pretty darn amazing. 3 white lights for Marianne. Laura Myers up next with 75 kilos on the bar. If you're new to the sport, all the weight increments here are in kilograms, not pounds. So 75 kilos is approximately 165 pounds. If you ever want to know the weight conversion, you can go online and look up kilos to pounds chart, or just calculate yourself. 2.2 pounds equals 1 kilogram. Really solid walkout for Laura. Come on, Laura, nice. So it was 3 reds for Laura there. It was 2 yellow cards and 1 red card. The 2 yellow cards basically represent that 2 of the judges claim that she rushed the start or the rack command, and the other red card was for depth. So we'll see if she gets that in her second attempt. Overall, I thought she has the strength, looks pretty good. Up next is Timothy Wren from Waukesha South High School, the current national champions. Three red lights again. Judges called it on depth. He'll have 2 more tries to hit it. For those who don't know, Waukesha South High School in Wisconsin won the high school national championship, coached by Robert Salb. I think that lifter has a good leader in his quarter, and he'll definitely be able to come back and nail it on his second, I think. Up next is Carter Caspella. His sister, Haley, is on the U.S. national team. She is going to the North American Championship and the World Championship this year in Canada and South Africa, respectively. Opening at 80 kilograms.
Let's see it, Carter.
Looks super easy for Carter. 3 white lights, good lift. Up next is Ellie at 97.5 kilos, 215 pounds. The bar is getting linearly higher here. So we're getting some good load on the bar. If you're noticing what the officials are doing here, they're adjusting the rack height. For every individual lifter, different heights generally will equal different rack heights. And sometimes there's some technical difficulties, most of the time not. I would say it's generally a hard job to do this for, 3 to 6 hours for a whole day. So it's important that they always get it right and always make sure it's right before the lifter goes. And that's just the reason for the momentary pause here. Bars all loaded for Ellie. Here she goes at 97.5 kilos. Let's go, Ellie. Come on. Looks like a good lift to me. Let's see what the judges say. Three white lights for Ellie. There we go. Up next for Skylar Wild, 130 kilos, which is 286 pounds. Bars loaded for Skylar. Let's go, Skylar. Come on.
Here we have Skylar, 130 kilograms, 287 pounds on the bar.
Good walkout for Skylar. Awesome depth. Three white lights, super good lift. I think he has a lot more in the tank going into his second and his third attempt. Up next is Kevin Wang at 152.5 kilos or 336 pounds. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, like this is a short cord.
All right. Scoot towards me, maybe, eh?
Yeah. Hold up.
That's my laptop. Oh no, I destroyed the lifter's screen. Where'd you come from? Like, where'd you travel from? Chicago? Oh, shit. That's 2 hours?
Yeah, it's gonna Corey said it's good now. Where's the this mic works too? It's on.
For her first attempt. We took it for her second. It was totally fine. And she's actually decided to go up to 80 kilos for her third attempt.
You said all that. That was good. Were you doing a recap of the?
I was just talking about
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be an entertaining one. Mic testing. Mic testing.
That's fun.
All right, everybody, thank you for bearing with us while we had a little bit of technical difficulties getting the camera back up and mics going. We just saw Ellie actually miss her second attempt of 100 kilos. Ellie missed her second attempt of 100 kilos. It was a 2-to-1 with both side refs giving a red light for death. And as you can see, some of these lights have a card underneath them. So that red light had a little red square underneath it. That red light actually means it was for death. You might see a couple different colors here today as well, being yellow and blue. Just to give you guys some insight into what that means. A blue card for squat could mean that the lifter had some downward motion. So once they go down and back up from the bottom of the hole, that bar has to travel upwards the entire time with no downward motion. So that could be a cause for disqualification with that blue light. The lifters also have to start and finish with their legs completely locked out. So a blue card could also mean that if the lifter finished the lift, they didn't fully lock out the knees, that could be reason for disqualification. And the one other color we might see here today is that yellow card. And that is kind of a catch-all for a couple different reasons of disqualifications. Could be for moving the feet, opening up the hands, or not following commands.
Looks like a super good attempt for Skylar.
And he got those 3 white lights. The refs agree that was a good lift for him. And closing out the flight of second attempts, we have Kevin Wynn with 162 kilos on the bar.
Yeah.
Like when we put it by us now, it's like so loud that it's like blowing up.
Good. Yeah. So it's
I usually do it like right in the middle of the shirt, like I'd be like on the A almost.
sounds good. All right. Let us know.
All right, bar is loaded for Kevin. He is getting set and ready for his second attempt. He needs to make this move well enough to be able to make another jump up to his third attempt.
Kevin's from the Waukesha South High School powerlifting team, which are the reigning high school national champions.
And it looks like he's actually a sub-junior lifter here today with us. And I would say that moved well enough to make another large jump up to that third attempt.
Looks super good to me.
All right, we are back up to the top of this flight with third attempts. We actually have Mary Ann coming out to 60 kilos for her third attempt. All right, spotters and loaders are getting that bar ready for her. And I want to highlight something that we're going to see after Mary. Laura Meyer unfortunately missed her first attempt, missed her second attempt of retaking the weight 75 kilos. And she's opted to go up to 80 kilos for her third attempt. She needs that third attempt to post a squat to receive a total. Now, fortunately, Mary is not in this situation. She has got her first two attempts and is coming back out to chip it by another 2.5 kilos. Bars loaded, 60 kilos for Mary. And she is actually wrecking one of the OG Team USA SPD singlets. Let's go, Mary.
Nice.
And she really is a professional. 3 light legs, she walks away with all 3 squat attempts today.
Yeah, it looks like Marianne might have formerly been on Team USA. That singlet's probably pre-2019.
All right, like we were talking about earlier, Laura Meyer missed her first 2 attempts. It looks like she got some yellow cards. I don't know I'm not sure what the calls were, but she needs this squat to post a total for the meet.
Yeah, in her first attempt, she had the strength and I thought the depth was there. She just rushed the rack command, so.
She waits for the commands, gets the squat.
She's fighting.
Unfortunately, she jumped that rack command again and received 3 red cards. And now, I want to highlight for you guys, the squat only has 2 commands. I'm not exactly sure. It seemed like she was waiting for her coach to tell her to go up, but there actually is no up command in the squat.
Yep.
So even though she paused in the bottom a little bit, as soon as she reached the bottom of that squat, she was good to come up on her own to finish that lift out.
Yeah, it's not to be confused with the bench press, which has the press command. I would say, though, I have seen that even at a world level meet, so there's no harm, no foul there for Laura. I think at her next meet, she'll
I have seen
do
that
very well.
myself, roughing a couple youth meets as well. I've seen this where some people in their first meets think that there is an up command and are kind of waiting for that in the bottom. We have Timothy taking 82.5 for his third attempt. And let's see on that call. That was, yeah, unfortunately he jumped that start command from the ref. It looks like he kind of timed it to guess when the ref was going to say start. So just a little too early. That's why it's important to know the rules, know your commands, so that you can nail all of these attempts.
Yeah, outside of those missed commands, that was overall a good lift for those watching. I think perfect depth, he had the strength, but just rush the rack command.
Yeah, and going back to what we witnessed with Laura, even though she didn't post a squat, she can still continue on in the meet. She can bench and deadlift. She just won't receive a total and cannot place in this meet. Very good third squat attempt from Carter. 100 kilos, 3 light legs. That is how you do it.
sister Haley competes on the U.S. national team. She might be handling him right now, actually. I'm sure she's very proud of that.
All right. Ellie is up next. We watched her miss her second attempt of 100 kilos, which was a depth fall. She received 2 red lights from the side referees on depth. She decided to go up another 2.5 kilos, just needs to sink it a little bit lower to get those 3 white lights. Come on, Ellie. She lines it out. Let's see what the refs say about that. 3 white lights.
Yep. Look good from this angle.
It's always so great to see a lifter make that kind of risky move to make a little bit of a jump, but come out on top like she just did. All right, Skylar is coming out to 145 kilos. And just to let you guys know, this is just over 3 pounds, so this is quite a big squat for Skylar. 319 pounds.
How bad do you want this third squat?
Skylar's representing Aspire Strength Systems at the Aspire Strength Systems Classic.
Alright, he waits for that squat command. Looks like great depth technique.
Good depth, yep.
Waits for the rack command. That was a beautiful demonstration of a third squat attempt.
This coach looks happy about that. This coach is coaching and meet directing today, so he's got a lot on his plate, it appears.
Alright, we are finishing out our third squat attempts for this flight. 167.5 kilos for Kevin. His second attempt looked very strong. I'm a little surprised to see him jump only 5 kilos up to this attempt, but I have no doubt that he's going to crush this. Let's go, Kevin. Bar is loaded.
Cheer him on. Once he gets this start coming, he's going to be all behind he can get. Good job. Gets the bar settled on his back.
I think you can really tell in how someone sets up the experience that they have. He's really taking his time, getting under that bar, walking it out. He's not in a rush. He knows he has a full 60 seconds to get that squat command. Like I said, that moved great, and he gets 3 white lights.
At first, I thought that bar was misloaded, but the 1 1/4 play is actually a blue. It's not a silver here. Yeah.
All right, we are on to our second flight now. So we're back up to first attempts, and we're going to run through this same type of system. So everyone is going to take their first, second, and third attempt here with us. Starting out, we have Jake Kruger opening up at 120 kilos or 264 pounds.
It looks like there's only 6 in this flight, which means that between each attempt, each lifter is probably going to have 5 to 6 minutes of rest, which is generally considered a quick flight in the sport.
Sometimes people prefer that, and sometimes people don't. All right, let's start us out strong, Jake. Wait for those commands, hit depth, and lock it out. And it looks like he did all 3 of those things. 120 kilos is a good lift for him.
I talked to Jake before the meet. Apparently, he normally squats in cowboy boots, so he was not allowed to squat in cowboy boots during the meet, so it was a little foreign to him, he said.
A little bit of an adjustment for him, I'm sure.
Handled by Paige and Kylie Gunkel.
Alright, we're upping the bar by 5 kilos to 125. So it's 275 pounds.
Brandon Manning, 125 kilos, 275 pounds. 275 pounds. Let's go, Brandon. Come on. Solid walkout.
Brandon gets that squat command.
Looks super deep to me.
And just to recap for anyone who missed it earlier, there are only 2 commands in the squat discipline, squat and rack. So once lifters unrack the bar and walk it out, these refs are waiting to make sure that they look settled, their feet are planted, and their legs are locked out. Once they all agree on that, the head ref will give the squat command. Lifter then squat down and back up. There is no up command at the bottom. They just need to go down until what they believe is depth, lock it out, and then wait for the head ref to say rack. They will say that once it appears that the lifter is done. So unfortunately, if they skip this command, it would be a reason for disqualification.
Very good squat by Israel. Another Waukesha South High School lifter. I'm excited to see what he'll do on his next one.
We are upping the bar to 165 kilos for Vincent for his opening attempt.
363 pounds on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Alright, bar is loaded for Vincent. 363 pounds for him. Another thing to note is that from the time bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to receive that squat command. So we might see some lifters take a little bit longer than others to get set up and to come onto the bar. Sometimes as people get more comfortable with powerlifting, they know how to use up that 60 seconds. Would you say you see that a lot?
I would say so, yeah. Some lifters take their time and it's a little nerve-wracking because they're so close to timing out, and then most don't, but some do.
So there's pros and cons to this, because if you do not start with your knees fully locked out and the refs believe you're not in a good starting position, there's actually a secret third command I like to say, which is the replace command. Which you don't want to get the replace command, but if you're not in a proper starting position, the ref could yell replace. This means you should rack the bar back into the rack, talk to the ref to see what they believe is wrong with your starting position, and then you still have the remaining 60 seconds to correct that. So, unfortunately, if you use up those 60 seconds, and then you get the replace command, some of you might be in a bad situation there. What's going on? Alright, we're getting that bar loaded for Andrew. We are going all the way up to 215 kilos for his opening attempt.
So much weight on the bar that the spotters are struggling to get it right, it looks like. Andrew's ending the flight, which means that he has the highest squat of the first attempts.
He actually has the highest opening attempt of the entire session, beating out opening attempts put in for the third flight. So this is not a squat you guys want to miss.
Looks like he's representing UW Milwaukee.
And he looks calm and controlled under that bar, like he knows what he is doing. 2 headlights is still a good lift. Even though we saw that 1 red for depth, all you need is the majority. So if you get 2 white lights and 1 red, that is a good lift.
I would say, based on having a lot of meet experience, these judges today are relatively strict but fair. So this meet isn't like any other meet. It is a very strict, fair meet, I would say. So expect some whites, expect some reds, and you got to play the judges.
That is exactly what you want to see. I think a lot of people get upset when a lot of reds are thrown, but I think you're doing the lifters a disservice if you are not truly holding them to the standard, because a lot of people might qualify for nationals from this meet, and you don't want lifters to be thrown off by the time they get to nationals and they say, well, I squatted just as deep as I did in my qualifying meet in that pass. Lifters to be able to learn from their qualifying meet what needs to change before they get to that higher level meet. So that's why it's very important for judging to be consistent across all levels of meets in the federation.
Yeah, now with that being said, I believe 2 of the 3 refs here are international CAT referees, which means that they basically ref at the World Championship. So they are bringing a high standard to this meet.
All right, and we are already back into the second attempts of this flight. We watched Jake walk out 127 kilos, and now we have Brandon walking out 132. This is 292 pounds.
Nice.
And one thing that I'm really happy to see with this fight as well is that everyone won their first attempt. So we don't have any scares of people potentially walking out. Everyone has a squat on the board, and now everyone is just trying to up that weight.
309 pounds on the bar.
All right, this is 308 pounds or 140 kilos for Israel. For a lot of powerlifters, this is that 3-plate bar. Because in terms of kilo plates, this is 3 20-kilo plates. So this is a pretty huge deal for a lot of powerlifters. Getting this weight can be a big milestone. This is only the second attempt for him. So I'm sure this is a weight he's done plenty of times before, but we're still passing a pretty big milestone here.
Nice.
Makes it move like nothing. 3 white lights for him. All right, we are adding that third red onto the bar. 177.5 kilos for Vincent. Like I was saying, Vincent looks like he's got some experience under his belt, looking very calm under that bar. His first attempt moved very well. Made that 12.5 jump to his second, and it looks like he's still got some more in him for that third.
Yep, looks amazing. Something this camera angle probably showcases really well is the differences in bar positions you'll see from the lifters. Vincent seemed to do a high bar squat there. Israel before him did a low bar squat. You'll come to find is there's an element of preference to it. Seems like a lot of lifters prefer a lot of different things. Katie, what do you prefer? What do you think is best for the lifters?
I think it definitely comes down to how each individual lifter is built. Personally, I squat low bar. I'm not super well leveraged for squats, so if you see some people that are really well leveraged and can stay super upright and still hit depth with, some shorter femurs, they could probably be very strong in that high bar position. But myself, I like to squat low bar. Like Vincent has demonstrated for us here with 177.5 kilos.
Looks like a really good lift to me. That was a really good example of a good low bar squat, like Katie was mentioning. Not the short. You didn't have the shortest femurs. Nick's femurs are actually quite long, so low bar squat suits him a little better. It seems like.
And like I was saying, what could potentially be our strongest squatter of the session, Andrew Wen has 227.5 kilos for his second attempt.
When the load hits 225 kilos or 227, I forget which one, a rule or regulation in the federation is to have 5 total spotters. So he is pushing the bar to a point where he requires more spotters, which is pretty darn cool.
Once we pass that 500-pound mark is when we need those extra spotters on there, which a lot of lifters feel is a goal for them to have those extra spotters around there.
3 whites.
He cleared up any concern with the 2 white lights he got on his first attempt and gets 3 white lights with his second.
Yeah, it seems like maybe that heavier load actually pushed him lower into the hole.
And we are back up to third attempts now with this flight. 137.5 kilos. This is just over 300 pounds now for our opening attempts.
303 pounds.
And we're having a really good flight so far. Everyone made
Yeah.
their first attempts. Everyone made their second attempts. I would love to see this continue going for our third attempts. Let's start us off strong, Jake. 137 kilos for his third attempt.
As I referenced on the first squat, I talked to Jake before the meet. He said he likes squatting in the cowboy boots, so switching to the flats is a change for him. Let's see if it pays off. Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake.
I did that out. We'll wait for the lights.
Nice. He doesn't need any cowboy boots.
All right, and we are at 140 kilos now for Brandon. Like I said, this is a pretty big milestone for some lifters. So coming up for this, for his third attempt, I'm sure he is getting ready and hyped up for this. Let's go, Brandon.
Come on. How bad do you want this third squad? Let's go, Brandon!
I think Brandon's squats have looked pretty darn good up until this point. Pretty confident in them.
Come on, Brandon.
Good try on Brandon's attempt there.
No lift for him. It looks like he squatted way past what he needed to for depth. So I wonder if that could be what you have to on later. Kind of just wanting to pass depth, but where you feel strongest. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too much for him. But we're moving right on to 137 kilos for Israel.
Yeah, he did sink that. It does get to a point where if you go too low, it actually can be a negative. Shout out to Coach Robert Salb of Waukesha South. I know he's probably watching his lifter compete here. At 147.5 kilos or 325 pounds.
Come on.
That was a perfect third attempt from him. 3 by lights is a good lift.
Awesome lift. Really proud of that one.
All right, and we are already over 400 pounds for our third attempts now. 182.5 kilos for Brandon's third attempt.
That 400-pound mark. 402 pounds for Vincent. R is loaded. Let's see it. Come on, Vincent.
His attempts have been really good today, making only a 5-kilo jump to this third attempt. That was a good round. 3 by lights.
Yeah, Vincent's been pretty calm, collected, and poised this whole time, so looking like a professional out there.
We're keeping that same weight on the bar for Nicholas. Just want to point out, Nicholas is a sub-junior lifter with us today, squatting over 400 pounds for his third attempt.
I know Nick normally competes equipped, so this is, I believe, his first raw meet in a little while, and he's 2 for 2, trying to go 3 for 3. And I think he just did what Katie talked about earlier, where he's really taking advantage of the clock.
So he still has 30 seconds, which, if you know how to properly set up and get that start command, there'll be no issue for him. Very smooth attempt from him.
Very nice.
All right, and we're back up to over 500 pounds now. Making a massive jump up to Andrew's third attempt, 237.5 kilos. They are hitting that bar, loaded and ready for him. Once again, over 500 pounds, 5 spotters on that bar for him. Making sure that we prioritize lifter safety with these heavy lifts. The bar is loaded and everyone is cheering him on.
23 pounds on the bar.
Let's go, Andrew. He got a depth light on his first attempt, and it looks like he
Two
got
more
that
lights.
same 2-1, like you said, but that is a good lift.
Yeah, that's a good example of, I think Andy's playing the judges well there. He's doing everything he needs to do to get the attempt, and he got it.
First they're too low, now they're too high.
All right, and just like we saw in that second fight, we're moving on to our third fight. Back up to the top with openers. We have John starting us off with 117.5 kilos. And this is our final fight of this session for squat. We're moving pretty quick with these short flights today. With another only 6-person flight here right now. Alright. Bar is loaded for John. 260 pounds for our master full lifter.
John is squatting 117.5 kilos, 260 pounds right here.
He gets that squat command. He's strong enough to lock it out. Unfortunately, he needed to squat a little bit lower. He did get 3 red lights. One of them had a yellow card, and 2 of them had a red for depth. You know, it is unfortunate. I do agree with the ref's call there. I think he does need to squat a little bit lower, but clearly he moved it well. He's a strong squatter. He just needs to sink it a little bit lower. And for those wondering what depth actually looks like for these powerlifters, in the rulebook, it describes that the hip crease needs to go below the top of the knee to achieve depth. So we've got 3 refs, 2 of them on the side, all looking for that. That is what deciphers what depth actually is for the squat.
Yeah, and for those who may be newer to the sport, watching the sport, the tricky part about it is you can't actually lower the weight after you've done your first attempt. So if you select an attempt that's too high for you, you can't go down. So you have to try to make it work, basically, if the judges don't agree with you.
That was a great demonstration of good depth there with Christopher. He locked at 135 kilos. And we are already over 300 pounds at 308 or 140 kilos for Ben Linkert.
so Ben has, it looks like he has no sleeves and no belt, so he's completely raw. It's very unusual, but it is preference, and you can do that if you'd like. Depth looks really good to me, but
We'll see what the refs say. Yeah, unfortunately, he just barely jumped that start command. You do have to wait until the ref actually says start, and it looks like he started to squat as he said it. So, just make it undeniable. Wait for that, and I like to tell a lot of listeners as well, when they're waiting for that rack command to not even think of, good catch from our spotters there, to not even think about waiting to hear a rack. Sometimes the spotters will kind of push you into the rack once they say rack. So I tell people to just lock it out and stand there.
yeah, you 99.9% of the time the spotter should just grab the bar and pull you in.
Jonathan is getting hyped up for his first attempt of 150 kilos. Showing us what passion for this sport looks like. He's getting himself excited.
Come on, JJ.
A little bit slow on the way up, but that was good. He locked it out and he waited for those commands, which is a good lift for him. We're back up to that over 400-pound mark, 182.5 kilos for Damone. Bar is loaded for him, 182.5 kilos, just over 400 pounds. There's actually no command to unrack the bar, as you saw. It looked like he was waiting for the ref. But on your own time, you can unrack the bar, walk it out, and just have to wait for that squat command.
Oh, he's happy about that one. Oh, he goes hugs his girlfriend. Oh, or wife, or fiance, or sister. He's happy about that, but he has to get back to the table to submit an attempt.
Yes, so after these lifters complete their squat, they have 1 minute to put in their next attempt. So it is important to make your way over to the scoring table with some speed after your attempt to get that next attempt in. If lifters do not make it to the score table in time for that 1 minute mark, we actually have a system in place for that. So if a lift is good and they do not put attempt in, the scoring table officials will up that next attempt by 2.5 kilos, which is the minimum amount you have to up your squat by. And if the lift was not good and they don't make it to the scoring table, the scoring table will automatically have them retake that lift.
Yeah, it looks like Damone just made it to the scoring table at the last second. But Dominic's up, and that looks like a really good opening squat.
Yeah, and one thing we've already seen a couple times today, and we will see in this fight, if a lifter does not get an attempt, like Craig said, we cannot go down in weight, but you are allowed to go up. So this is where we see, some risky moves from lifters play out, where if they miss a lift on, a technicality or depth pull, you are allowed to go up in weight. But sometimes, which fingers crossed we don't see that today, if they go up in weight, if they make another technicality mistake, or if it's simply too much in weight, this is where lifters can potentially bomb out, So that's why it's important to have a plan. If you miss on depth, what are you going to do? Are you going to play that risky move to still make your planned second attempt? Or are you going to make a slightly smaller jump? Or are you going to retake it? And, Craig, if you were in that situation, what are you more likely to do?
Depends on how the opener moved. So, for example, I think John here made a really good decision. I thought the opener was easy, but I did think it was clearly high. So he is giving himself a really good opportunity to actually hit the weight. Whereas maybe if he jumped the rack command and it was an oopsie or something, he could go up in weight and everything would be all good. But I think this is a smart play on John's part here.
We're making sure that bar is loaded and ready for him. Once again, 117 kilos or 260 pounds on the bar
John has a nice low bar squat position. Let's go, John. Looked a hair lower to me. Let's see what the judges say.
Unfortunately, another death call. He did receive 2 red lights instead of 3 previously. But like I said before, we have 3 squat attempts, so he still has 1 more attempt at this weight. If I were him, I would retake the weight again, make sure that you can sink it as low as you can physically squat to be able to lock that weight back up. And we'll see in a minute what he decides to put in for that 3rd attempt.
Yeah, and that was a really good point of what I highlighted earlier, where these refs are world level. 2 of the 3 refs ref at the World Championship, and you know this is a strict meet. They're being very strict with everybody here. I thought it was a hair lower, but it might have been slightly high. I think it was a fair call. I think he has a good chance of hitting it on his 3rd though. Christopher Oliver's up with 137.5 kilos. He jumped 2.5 kilos. He may have jumped the start command there. Yep.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift from jumping that start command. You need to wait until that ref says to squat and moves the arm down, signaling to start the lift. But he only made a 2.5 kilo jump to that 2nd attempt, which is the minimum that you can do, and he still has 1 more attempt. And like we were talking about earlier, we're witnessing it right now with Ben. He missed 140 kilos on his opener, but decided to go up to 145. And he did jump that start command, I believe, on that opening attempt. But if it moves well enough for him to feel comfortable jumping that 5 kilos, and he knows what he needs to do now, then hopefully he's in a good position to get a squat on the board today.
Yeah, his opener moved well, I thought. Let's see how this goes.
Command. And it looks like that was a good attempt. So maybe that 5 kilo jump was the best move for him today. He gets that 145 kilos on the board.
Yeah, and that was a really good example of the discussion prior, where the opener was really easy. He just jumped the rack command, and even though he missed it, he still went up a little bit. Maybe he would have went up more if he would have hit it. So now that he's on the board, he actually took a bigger jump to his 3rd attempt, and I think that'll be a fun one to watch. So JJ owns a gym out of DC. He flew all the way here just to compete at this meet. He is a coach in the industry, and this is 160 kilos or 355 pounds approximately.
Like we saw earlier, he has that strong and aggressive setup hitting under the bar. You know, a lot of lifters get into that routine. They do that every time. So it's no surprise when they do that again on meet day.
Go, JJ. Come on, JJ. Nice.
A slow but steady squatter. We saw it on the 1st attempt, but we're seeing it again on the 2nd. Sometimes that is just how the squat moves for a lifter. And he still has some more in him after that. So we'll see what he decides to take for his 3rd attempt.
Yeah, that might show some of his coaching skill, where, I don't know about you, I looked at his opener and I was a little surprised he jumped to his 2nd, 10 kilos to his 2nd, but you know, he proved the doubters wrong there, I would say.
We have 197 kilos on the bar for Damone's 2nd attempt. Making quite a large 15-kilo jump up to that 2nd attempt. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much for him. Yes, and that is something that is actually a new rule with any IPF affiliated feds, is that lifters need to walk backwards out of the squat rack instead of forward and through it. So as we saw, it was probably a habit for him to walk forward, but he caught himself and backed up through it instead. Although unfortunately that lift was already a no lift, so
Yep.
that could be a reason to disqualify the lift. The lift was already no good, but it's good that he is catching himself and making that a habit. He's decided to retake that for his third attempt, so he just needs to, get himself in that right mindset to come back out and finish that 197 again for his third attempt. Right now we have Jeremy unracking 215 kilos. Good depth and a good grind to the top. It's a good lift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are already on to our final squats for this session. Oh, and
Yep.
against what we predicted, John actually decided to go up to 130 kilos for his third attempt. Well, like we were saying, he's showing up strong today. He can squat 117 kilos. He just needs to hit it to depth. So maybe for him, this is something that feels the same on his back as 117 does, and it's just a matter of actually hitting depth.
Or maybe the play here is the higher load might actually sink him lower into the hole. You know, we've seen that a few times today, I feel. So let's go, John. You got it.
We also see some lifters who they don't care as much about the number on the board for meet day as well as they physically squat. Don't know what's going through his head.
He has a spring.
Say.
2 white lights. Good lift for John. I think he might have actually done my hypothesis. The heavier load might have sunk him a little bit more there, maybe. It did look a little deeper than his first one, I thought. I don't know. John just defied all odds there for that one. Good job to John.
All right. We watched Christopher miss that 137.5 on a command. He got 3 yellow cards, and he's decided to make another 2.5 jump from there up to 140 kilos. Waits for that command. And walks it out with ease. It looks like he definitely could have had some more in the tank for today. That is a good look for him. All right, Ben Linker, we watched him make that jump to his second attempt after missing on a technicality, get it, and then decide to make a slightly larger jump up to his third. You know, now that he worked out the kinks, got a good lift, he's now catching up to probably what his plan might have actually been for the day.
Yeah, theme of the meet, even with the other session, seems to be the start and the rack commands, rushing it or not rushing it. This is a good example of how even if it dissuades your meet a little bit, you can still make something out of it. And if you jump appropriately and have a good game plan, I think Ben's done a very good job of adapting on the day so far. Ben also is completely raw, no belt, no sleeves. Very good squat.
Waited for those commands, and he got his 3 white lights.
Yeah, good job to Ben for adapting there on the day after the unfortunate rush in the rack command on the opener. I think you'll be happy with that one.
I've never personally been in the position of missing a squat opening attempt, but I have been in the position of missing a bench opening attempt, and it is a very nerve-wracking feeling of knowing that whether you miss on a technicality or anything like that, that the potential of bombing out is on the table. So I've really enjoyed seeing a couple of these lifters make that comeback today with John missing his first 2 attempts, John missing his first. All of the lifters in this flight now have a squat on the board. Jonathan has 167.5 kilos for his 3rd attempt. He takes his time, make sure he gets his setup exactly how he wants it.
John out of 495 strength in Washington, D.C. Good depth.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift. You know, we saw his squats moving a little slow today. Second attempt did move pretty slow, so I wonder if he might have had 2.5, maybe 5 kilos from his second attempt. But for some people, making that small of a jump doesn't seem reasonable to them. They'd rather go, they'd rather make that large jump, make that attempt at it, just to say they did it.
Yeah, and that's where the tough part of the sport comes in, right? Because you jump too high and you miss, then you lose what you might have had if you jump a little lower. So Damone here is an example of another big jump, and I don't know. I feel like there's a chance he has the strength for it. Let's see how it goes.
We did watch him overshoot depth by quite a bit on his squats. So let's see if he can make that jump work in his favor.
A little too heavy on there.
The center of mass got shifted back a little bit in the bottom. So that 15-kilo jump was a little bit too much for him. It could be something that he normally makes in the gym, but you know, with meet day, everyone is with cutting. There's a lot of different things that could have been going on. All right, and we are 4 reds on the bar, over 500 pounds with 227.5 kilos. Final squat of the session. Dominic is closing us out today. Come on, let's bring us home.
Let's go, Dominic. Come on.
Come on, Dominic.
He's taking his time, knows what he's doing, gets that squat command.
Come on, Dominic. Nice try.
Looks like he could have had it.
Good grab by the spotters there.
You know, once that 500 pounds is in reach, it's a little hard to turn it down just to have that chance at that type of goal.
That's a great way to put it, Katie. And we'll see you all in about 10 minutes for bench press. I think you're good at always balling. I didn't
Planned. Perfectly calculated.
All right, everybody, our 10-minute break is up, and we are back with Marianne opening up with 25 kilos for her bench press. We have 22 seconds left on that clock. Before we get started, I want to give a brief introduction into what this bench press is going to look like for us today. So we saw the commands that lifters had for squat. We had squat and rack. In the bench press, we actually have 3 commands now: start, press, and rack. And we're going to watch these lifters have to wait for these today. So similar to the squat, on their own time, they can walk out and unrack the bar and get into their starting position. Once all 3 refs agree that they're in a proper position, the head ref is going to give the start command. Once they get that start command, they lower the bar down to their chest, and they have to pause until the ref says press. Now, this pause is not a standardized length of pause, so you might see some different lengths from lifters, but what the ref is looking for is for that bar to be stable on the chest. That's going to look different for some people. If lifters bring it down slow and controlled and are immediately stable on the chest, they're going to get a quicker press command. Whereas if some lifters, drop the bar quickly on their chest, kind of bounce around down there, they're going to get a longer pause on the chest. So that's something we're going to see today. Once the lifters press and lock it out, they're going to receive that rack command.
Marianne here with 25 kilos.
Now, one other thing that is specific to Powerlifting America here in the IPF affiliated fence is bench deck. This is a slightly newer rule that we see here, and what these refs are looking for is that elbow go in line with or below the top of the shoulder joint. So all 3 refs are going to be looking for that. And if we see some reds with a red card, that would be the reason for that disqualification. Some other common disqualifications we might see with bench are going to be if the head came off of the bench pad and if the feet came up off the floor, if the butt came off the pad. There's a couple different points of contact that the lifters need to have. Head needs to be flat on the bench, glutes need to be in contact with the pad, feet need to be flat on the floor. The feet are allowed to slide out in front of them, but the heels or the toes cannot come up after they receive start and before they receive rack.
Laura here with 47.5 kilos. She did miss all 3 of her squats, unfortunately, but she can still complete bench and deadlift. Looks like a good bench to me.
I think it shows a lot of character for some of these lifters who, they don't receive a squat, but she looks pretty happy to get that bench on the board. So she's still having a fun time, not letting it phase her, still continuing on with the meet. It is unfortunate that she won't be able to post a total, but she can still have a fun time. She's here for a reason. She can still continue on and get a bench and deadlift in.
Our next lifter is Timothy.
All right, Timothy is up next with 55 kilos for his opening attempt.
Represent the Waukesha South black shirts.
This is one of those lifts that I was talking about where he might have had a slightly longer pause than some of the other lifters. He wasn't completely stable the second he reached his chest, but he did stabilize that bar. He did get that press command. So that's just kind of what that difference is going to look like.
They might have to hold that bar for a long time. Large body for belly, 57.5 kilos.
All right, and now Craig, we're gonna see, some different techniques used in the bench press here. Some people might arch their back, some people might lay completely flat. What are some of the, benefits of doing one versus the other?
Yeah, so the more that the lifter arches their back, the less they'll have to bring the bar down, so the shorter the range of motion is. A lot of times you'll see that some people can do it more, some people can do it less. It is something you can train.
A little bit slow, but she locks it out.
Ellie there with a great lift. Looks like 3 lights to me, yep. Yeah, so Ellie there had a narrower grip, and her arch was moderate, not big, not small. What you'll come to find is, as you watch bench press today, you'll see wider grips, bigger arches, smaller arches, narrower grips, everything in between. Everybody has their own preference and strengths and weaknesses, and maybe some could do something better in theory, but they just don't want to, and they're strong with what they have. And this is a local level meet where I think a lot of lifters here are trying to qualify for nationals, and as they continue, their form and their mechanics will progress with them as well.
Yeah, some people are, fresh out of the gym in their first meet, and they don't have a lot of these techniques to really narrow in how much they can add to the bar. One thing also with a slight arch like this, we can get a lot more out of the leg drive when you really get the chest up a little bit. You're transferring some of that force that you can get out of the legs through that arch and into the bench press like that. So that is a big benefit that we're going to see a lot of these lifters have. We are upping the bar to 75 kilos for Skylar's opening attempt.
Bar is loaded for Skylar.
Bar is loaded. This is 165 pounds.
75 kilos with bar, 165 pounds. There we go, bar is loaded. My bad.
Something you'll notice with bench is a lot of the lifters might have really high rack heights, and that might mean they might have a longer range of motion. In the sport, if you have a disadvantage on bench, generally you might have an advantage on deadlift, so it's an even trade-off normally. Skylar here seems to be having a wider grip. Looks like a good arch to me. What do you think good arch, or?
Yeah, pretty solid. He looks like it's a very efficient bench press there. He's very strong, took his time in his setup and lowering his butt down to, like I was saying, he's getting a lot of leg drive out of that position, really turning the bench press, which for some people really isolates the chest and triceps into a full body movement, which that's really what you want in powerlifting, is to get every kilo you can out of the lift, which that means turning these compound lifts into a full body movement. Using the legs, using the back, using everything you can to get the most to your total.
Kevin Wang here, concluding the flight on bench with 87.5 kilos. Looks like a really solid opener to me. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Kevin. And with that, we'll begin second attempts for bench press, going back up to Marianne at 27.5 kilos. Marianne chose to do a 2.5 kilo jump. 2.5 kilos is generally the smallest, it's not generally, it is the smallest you can jump outside of a world record attempt. So she did 25 kilos on her opener. She just jumped to 27.5 kilos. I thought her opener moved pretty well, so we'll see how this goes.
And one thing we saw here as well, the side refs were kind of in that front position for squat, and they've moved to the back to get the best view that they can for each lift. Refs have the ability to move wherever they want to get the best possible view of the lift, which in the end, this is to benefit the lifters, So we're going to see these referees, move around a little bit. Like I said, a little bit unstable on the chest, but she got that press can and locks it out. 50 kilos on the bar for Laura Meyer. And we are already into our second attempt. We had a pretty good start to the flight already. No misses on any of these bench openers, which means everyone has a bench on the board, which is really great to see. Like we saw, Laura is here for a good time still. Did not get that squat, but she is having a blast benching. Moved her opener very well and is now taking 50 kilos. Very good second attempt.
Yeah, really solid.
All right, we are already up to that 60 kilo mark. And if you don't already know, this is a pretty big deal for a lot of women in powerlifting. 60 kilos is two 20 kilo plates on each side, which is basically a 45-pound plate. So this is 132 pounds, but for a lot of lifters, it's not every day that you see a woman benching a plate in the gym. And at that, a master's lifter benching a plate in the gym. So this is a huge milestone for a lot of women in powerlifting, and it's really amazing to see, ladies crushing this huge milestone number.
Yeah, it seems like every year we see more and more masters lifters come out here and handle these kind of loads. Nice.
A little bit of a grind as she locks it up with the triceps, but that was a good lift.
I really like that play because she secures it on her second attempt. She gets to go up on her third. If she misses her third, that's okay. She still has her milestone lift of 60 kilos.
All right, same weight is on the bar for Timothy for his second attempt. It's really cool to see just the wide variety of people that we have in powerlifting today. We have a couple masters lifters and sub-junior lifters in the same fight. This really just goes to show powerlifting really is for everyone. I love to see the wide range of people and how everyone is so committed to it. That was a little bit of a grind on the way up for him. Unfortunately, that was a no lift. Yeah, we see those blue cards, which means there was some downward motion. When he is pressing the bar up after getting that press command, the bar has to travel up completely. There should be no downward motion. So even though he locked it out, and that is probably a good, personal record for him outside of actual meet numbers. For it to count in competition, the bar has to completely travel upwards. So he will have another chance at that for his third attempt, though, to make it clean. All right, we've got that blue loaded on the bar, 65 kilos for Carter. Brings it down with control and gets that press command.
Similar to the theme that I was talking about on squat, these judges are making the lifters pause it. They're making them pause it a fair amount. So something that people should always keep in mind when watching if you're newer to the sport is that benching with a pause is generally a lot harder than benching without a pause. So when you watch these lifters, they have to wait for the press command before they can even press the bar. So you can try to time it, but sometimes it doesn't work out very well. I don't think we've seen any of that just yet. Yeah, on that note, a lot less rushing the commands so far for bench. It seems like compared to squat. Lifters have been doing a very good job on the technicals and the technicalities for this lift so far.
They don't have any green, to be honest. Like there.
That one, so that's just
3 white lights for Skyler. It's a great lift. I think he's going to do 82.5 or 85 on his third attempt. It looks really good.
Okay. All right, we are wrapping up our second attempts now. 92.5 kilos. We are over 200 pounds today for Kevin.
Biggest bencher of the play.
One rule that is specific to the IPF fits as well is that lifters cannot set their feet on the bench while they set up. That's something that a lot of powerlifters tend to do to, really get on top of their traps and on top of their necks. So we see a lot of lifters like Kevin keep their feet on the ground, but really pull themselves back to get in that proper position. You really want to be on top of the traps like that, as opposed to just being on top of your back. Like I said, gets you in a slightly better arch and just a stronger position to turn it into that full body movement. All right, and we are back up to the top already. 32.5 kilos from Mary Ann, starting us off strong with our third attempt benches. I want to point out as well, in powerlifting, statistically, the most missed attempt is third benches. This is usually, in my opinion, because you don't have someone else to give that pass. And so some lifters can misjudge their strength that they actually have. Hopefully we see some, a lot of green on that lifting cast today. Start us off strong, Marianne. A little bit too much. Kind of an interesting attempt selection, in my opinion. She made a 2.5 jump to her second attempt, and then made that 5 kilo jump to her third. I will say I was expecting her to make a 2.5 jump.
Yeah, after her opener, I thought she would jump 5 kilos, but then she jumped 2.5, and then after her second attempt, I thought that was really good. And I understand her reasoning for that. If she thought the second moved as well as it did, that's just part of the game. The risk and reward of attempt selection.
I will say at my first meet, I made that same exact mistake where I made that 5 kilo jump to my third bench attempt. What I probably shouldn't have. Just overestimated what I had. I think if I was in the gym and I gave myself a really short pause, I would have had it. So that's kind of where these missed third benches come in. It could be a perfect grind if they were in the gym, but when you're waiting on these press commands, you kind of have to undershoot yourself a little bit, like Laura kind of just did. She could have had a little bit more, but I think she made that right call there.
Yeah, Katie, it's funny you say that because bench is seemingly the one where it moves really, really fast until it doesn't, don't you think?
All right, and we watched Timothy miss his second attempt with a little bit of downward motion. So he locked it out, but the bar was going up and down a little bit on the way up. He has one more chance at it to walk it out clean. I'm sure this is something he's done plenty of times before. Come on, Timothy. Oh, so unfortunately he did not wait for that start command.
Oh.
That was his attempt. And it's very unfortunate to see, he waited for the commands on his first 2 attempts, but I think he might have, gotten in his head a little bit about how badly he needed this bench and jumped that start command. Pretty unfortunate to see, but he did get his opening bench on the board. So he still has the chance to post a total given he gets a deadlift.
Yeah, it looks like it's Timothy's first meet. Could be wrong, but if so, this is a good learning experience for future meets. If he goes to Waukesha South, I know he's going to be competing at high school nationals this upcoming year. And they have a great program, and I'm sure he'll contribute very, very well to it.
Right, and now we have Ellie surpassing that 135-pound mark. Like I said, a huge deal for a woman in powerlifting. 62.5 kilos for her.
He has a spring. Let's see what the judges say.
She rocked it out. She unfortunately had some downward motion along with her butt coming off of the pad, which is why we see both blue and yellow cards there. All right, next up we have Carter. He has the chance to be our first lifter today to go 6 for 6, which is huge going into deadlifts to have made all of your attempts so far. 67.5 kilos for him. I have a good feeling about this. You know, he made that 2.5 jump, which is probably, that conservative jump for him. So hopefully he can be our first lifter to go 6 for 6, like I said. All right, let's go, Carter.
Very nice.
Like I said, made the conservative jump and undershot himself a little bit, but he does go 6 for 6, which is a great feeling going into deadlifts knowing you've made all of your attempts so far.
Yeah, Katie, you mentioned it earlier. Third bench attempt is the most missed lift, right?
Yep.
Yeah. We're sort of seeing that now. We're 3 misses and 2 hits. So just for anybody watching, keep that in mind when you're watching a third bench attempt, where it is the hardest lift in powerlifting to hit technically. So if anybody hits it, it's a great feat.
Yeah, usually we're about at that 50% hit mark. So if these two lifters can get their third bench attempts, we will have gone over the 50% for the attempts made, which would be statistically, I think, better than most powerlifting meets. So hopefully they can bring it home for us and set us up for a good session today. Making sure he is completely in control of the bar as he sets his butt down. A little bit too much for him.
Good lift, very close. Good attempt, rather.
All right, this is 209 pounds, 95 kilos. Like we saw, making a smaller jump to his third. This is the minimum weight that you are allowed to jump, given it's not, an American record attempt. So 95 kilos for Kevin. I have a good feeling about this for him.
Yeah, Kevin's been looking great all day. Looks very good to me.
And just like that, Kevin is our second lifter to lock in that 6 for 6 going into deadlifts. And we are moving right into our second flight again of lifters. Now that we've wrapped up our third bench attempts with the first flight, this flight has had a very strong hit rate already with only one missed third squat attempt. So, hopefully they can keep that trend up with bench. Brandon is starting us out with a 62.5 kilo opening bench. And I think that's due to we have a lot more experience making lifters in this flight compared to maybe that first flight. So I think that is partially why we're seeing this higher hit rate of attempts. You've got more experience. They know how to wait for commands. They know how to hit depth. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and that may be a big difference in the percent of attempts hit experience where like that. It's like the
Speedy opener.
one of the easiest openers we've seen all day for sure by Brandon. And when you open that light and that easy, you basically give yourself more room to jump, and also you decrease the chances of missing your opener, which nobody wants to miss.
All right, 70 kilos on the bar for Jake. Once again, another clean opener.
I know Jake is about yellow card for I'm guessing what? What came up?
A yellow card is kind of a catch-all for a lot of different things. I didn't get a good, clear view of what that was from, but like we were saying in the squat session, majority rules here in powerlifting, 2 highlights is still a good lift. I think it's always a good idea when you're a lifter, even if it's a good lift and you get a red card, I think it's good to check in with the ref. Ask them what the red was for, so that if there was a mistake that you didn't catch, you know how to fix it. You know, I think a lot of lifters kind of make that mistake of not actually asking, and then they make that mistake again, and then it's a no lift for the mistake that they got a red on previously. Another good lift.
Israel there might need to do a Justin rack height. I don't know. That seemed a little low, but amazing lift nonetheless.
All right, and we are up to 110 kilos. This is 242 pounds for Vincent. We're into the big bench attempts now.
So Vincent with 110 kilos. This is 242 pounds. In pounds, this is about 2 plates, a 5 and a 2.5 on each side of the bar. So a huge milestone lift for guys in general, and see how he makes a move.
Oh, so we watched him wait for the start and press command, but unfortunately jumps that rack command. He moved it pretty well. If I were his coach in this moment, I would have him retake the weight, especially with bench. It can be a little scary to make that jump, and just like I said, on the lifting cast, we can see that he opted to retake that weight, so he'll be coming back for 110 for his second attempt.
Yeah, I think that was a smart decision. He clearly has the strength for it. It was good, but the theme of this meet has been people rushing the rack command on both squat and bench, so I might have spoke a little too soon earlier, but
All right, 270 pounds or 122.5 kilos for Nicholas.
Bench press. Nice clean lifts.
That is a good lift, and like we saw with Nicholas, some lifters opt to bench with their belt on while some don't. Now, Craig, what do you think some of the benefits of benching with the belt on are?
I think some people feel that they get better intra-abdominal pressure, or they can get better tightness, more or less, from a belt. But with that being said, a belt is also going to restrict the amount that you can arch, generally speaking. So in the sport, you do see a correlation with people who don't arch very much and wearing a belt. So
Exactly, and we're not going to see much of it today, I would assume, but this is actually a trend that I see with a lot of women transitioning to this new bench rule. They actually wear a belt to prevent them from arching too much, to help them hit that depth requirement a little better. And now we see Andrew Wen opening with 142.5. Now this is over 315 pounds for an opening bench. And as you can see,
Moves amazing.
looks very well leveraged for bench, even though he doesn't have that high of an arch, but his range of motion is pretty low just from those shorter arms leverage you a little bit better for that bench press. So I expect we're gonna see a pretty strong bench from him today. Back up to the top of the flight with 70 kilos for Brandon's second attempt. We are moving quickly through these flights today. Brandon with 155 pounds on the bar. Bar's loaded for him.
Flight 2 here is still the highest attempt percentage hit so far, even though we have one missed opener. Wasn't on strength, it was just a technicality, so we'll see if they're able to continue this hot streak.
Clean second attempt from Brandon. Got one yellow card there, but that is still a good lift for him.
I think I saw him kicking his leg like he might have been cramping a little bit.
All right, Jake has 77.5 kills on the bar, upping it by 7.5 from his opening attempt.
I know this is Jake's first meet. He's actually about 5 months into his powerlifting journey. But it looks like he's playing it very well here so far.
5 for 5 is not a bad place to be right now in his position for his first meet. All right, 80 kilos is now getting loaded on the bar for Israel. All right, bar is loaded for him.
Israel, if I remember, had the really low rack height that I thought, which is the rack height's very low from where he lifts it off, which is a little unusual, but it is preference. You can have the rack height at whatever height you want. Looks like he's making me eat my words there.
That was a good lift for him. All right, up next we have Vincent. We watched him miss his first attempt on jumping the rack command. So he's decided to go ahead and retake that for his second attempt, which I think was a very good call. So he knows what he missed it on. Now he just has to wait for these commands and do the same thing again. Blocks it out, and the important thing is that he waited for that rack command, and he gets his 3 white lights.
And his coach was yelling in the back, "Hold, hold, hold!" That's a common thing you'll hear coaches say nowadays.
All right, we now have everyone has a bench on the board, which is a very good thing to see. No one is bombing out on bench in this flight today. Up next, we have Nicholas with 130 kilos. Bar is loaded for him. This is 286 pounds. So again, for a sub-junior lifter, this is quite a big and impressive bench.
Yeah, and again, Nick coming from Equipped, he has a lot of technical prowess in his lifts.
A little bit of a sticking point, but he got through it. 3 white lights.
Very good lift to me.
All right, and back up to Andrew Wen, 152.5 kilos for his second attempt.
A 10-kilo jump on bench is normally a pretty big jump. So we'll see how he reacts to it.
I think once we get into these heavier attempts and you see someone that clearly has some, experience under their belt, I assume this is not going to be anything difficult for him. He opted for that self liftoff, gets that start command. Just as I predicted, just as smooth as his first attempt.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yep. You think he's going to take another 10-kilo jump there or what?
I'm not sure if it'll quite be 10 kilos. I was about to say
Is that what happened?
160 kilos would have been my guess, and that's exactly what he loaded.
I think that's the right call.
All right, we are already into third bench attempts. Brandon is loading 77.5, making another 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
This is the first I'm noticing it. Brandon had some nice hair.
All right, come on. Slow but steady, he locks it out.
Nice.
No downward motion there. That was a good lift, 2-1. Sorry, 3 white lights.
It looks like the judge misclicked, eh?
All right, 82.5 kilos for Jake's third attempt. We are off to a great start already. Jake is 5 for 5, about to make it 6 for 6.
Let's go, Jake. Come on. Nice.
Another beautiful attempt from him.
You know, Jake told me he was afraid of bombing out of the meet, and now he's 6 for 6. So he definitely underestimated his capabilities for the day.
I don't want to jinx it, but it is very uncommon we see lifters bomb out on deadlift. It's typically bombing out from, squat depth or something to do with bench with a technicality or underestimating the pause length. Deadlift is pretty straightforward. It's only going to be one command. All you have to do is pick it up and lock it out. So typically, we only see some misses on deadlift when we get to third attempts and it's on strength. Bar is loaded for Israel, 85 kilos for his third attempt.
Nice.
I am loving these third bench attempts from these guys. Another 3 white lights for Israel. All right. We watched Vincent miss his opening attempt, come back for it on his second, and is now just chipping it by 2.5. I feel pretty confident about this for him. Considering he was able to hit 110 twice, I think he's got another 2.5 kilos on that. He does have a bench on the board now, so I'm sure a lot of the anxiety that came with that is cleared up now, and now he just has to add on to his already made bench attempt. Let's go, Vincent. And that looks like another good bench attempt to me.
Very good lift by Vincent. He's a very calm, composed, and collected lifter, it seems like.
Something about this flight, these guys are making all of their attempts. Only 2 missed attempts one third squat and one bench opener so far. I don't want to jinx it, but we only have 2 bench attempts left in this flight. Nicholas is up next with 132.5 kilos. Bars loaded for him, 292 pounds.
Let's go, Nick. Wow, nice.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't jinx it at all.
That 3 by legs is a good lift for him.
I thought that looked just as good as the second.
All right. And if I was going to place my bets on anyone for making their third bench attempt, it would be Andrew Webb. 160 kilos for his third attempt. He has been looking strong today with both of his first attempts moving well. We're putting the house on him. Andrew Webb has 160 kilos for his third attempt.
Yeah, Andrew's been on fire all day today. This is 353 pounds on the bar.
All right, let's go, Andrew. And just like I said,
Yep.
3 by legs
Pretty
is a
amazing.
good lift, and we made all of our third bench attempts in this flight. That is amazing to see. Hopefully, our third flight can keep this trend up. We are now into our final flight of benches today. John opening us up at 65 kilos. And I want to take a moment to highlight this. We've seen all raw lifters up until this point, but in this flight, we actually have an equipped bench-only lifter closing us out. We are going to witness Jeremy opening the flight opening his bench attempts with 240 kilos. Now, he is equipped, so this does mean that he has a equipped bench shirt on, which kind of acts like a slingshot almost to help you get it off the chest. But, you know, equipped is its own division, so he's not competing against these raw guys. But opening us up, John has 65 kilos on the bar.
If you guys noticed, John opted to use blocks for his bench. So basically, they use the plates to elevate his feet. It's a personal preference, and anyone can do it if they want. Generally, it's for if it's hard for your feet to touch the ground, given the bench height.
I think a lot of these lifters, you know,
Good lift
they're
like that.
probably not training in a powerlifting gym and used to the higher combo rack. They're probably training in their normal commercial gym where it's more common to see a lower bench height. And so even though a higher bench rack can be beneficial for most lifters, you know, get a little bit more leg drive, sometimes just being able to train, compete similar to how you train is most beneficial. So we're gonna see lifters like John, you know, opt to use those blocks to keep it consistent with how they normally train in the gym.
Yeah, and maybe that's something we haven't highlighted a lot, where in this sport, the regulations for the bench press that's physically used in the competition is very wide. So you'll see a lot of different bench presses today, or combo racks rather. Today we have the Hansu Power Combo Rack, which is different than the Eleiko or the Texas Strength Systems. We have John here with 70 kilos as his opener. A little lopsided, but it moves really well. So
Yeah,
the differences in benches for the mates, you'll notice also that different benches have different physical pads associated with them, and the pads actually make a difference in how much you can sink into it, and that actually affects how much force you can actually generate. With that, also, like Katie mentioned, the heights are different too, so if a bench is taller, that might benefit some people rather than others. So that's probably also why the bench is one of the most missed lifts, because you train on a certain bench and then you go into the meet and then the bench is way different. You can have a big effect on your lift.
I want to point out as well, when we saw Jonathan bench, it was a little lopsided, and we saw, you know, lifters miss for that downward motion. But the bar just has to travel up in its entirety. And as a ref myself, I look at that center of the bar. So if the bar's a little lopsided and maybe one side is lower than the other, that's not reason to disqualify for downward motion. Oh,
The bull missed 97.5 kilos there. 215 pounds. He has 2 more attempts to get it. Seems a little disgruntled, but I think he has a chance if he makes some adjustments. We'll see how he goes on second and third.
all right. We are already past that 2 plate mark at 102.5 kilos. This is 226 pounds. Christopher Oliver, 226 pounds on the bar. And like we already saw in their previous fights, some lifters opt for a liftoff and some don't. It's all up to the lifter's preference. But there is always going to be someone on standby to provide a liftoff if they choose to. That's a good lift for him, 102.5. And we are up to 120 kilos. This is 264 pounds.
Bar is loaded for finish. 120 kilos, 204 pounds. That bar. Come on, man, make this move.
120 kilos is 265 pounds. It's almost 2 plates and a 25-pound plate on each side of the bar in a commercial field. Moved it really well, but unfortunately he rushed the rack.
Yes, so like we saw some lifters miss in this squat discipline, they need to wait for that start, press, and rack command to get a good lift. All right, we now have 140 kilos or 308 pounds on the bar. Like I was saying, the squat, this is kind of that 3 plate mark for powerlifters, but this is 3 20-kilo plates. Bar is loaded for Dominic.
140 kilograms, 308 pounds.
Even though Dominic missed his third squat, I think he's looking really strong in the day overall. Really excited to see how he moves his bench here. Self unrack, no lift off. Really good setup. A little bit of a sticking point at the top, but overall I thought pretty good lift. 3 white lights.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we were making a big deal about a 500-pound squat, but this is actually higher than anyone has squatted so far today, higher than the highest third attempt squat. This is 240 kilos or 529 pounds for an opener for Jeremy. Now, once again, he is an equipped lifter, so he does have an extra boost from that elastic kind of slingshot type shirt he will be wearing. But nonetheless, he has over 500 pounds in his hands, and he's going to bench it, hopefully. Bar is loaded for him. Let's go, Jeremy.
240 kilograms.
As we can see, he looks like he can bench 500 pounds. Let's see him move this. And he is an equipped bench-only lifter, so he is just out for bench. Will not be staying with us for deadlifts. Has to. Oh. So this is actually a common issue we see with equipped lifters. The bar has to touch the chest, and sometimes when you're in such a tight and compressive bench shirt, it's hard to actually touch the chest. So sometimes we see lifters have this happen to them and go up in weight to push them down. Like you were saying, some lifters need a little bit more weight to help them hit depth. Some lifters need a little bit more weight to touch the bar to their chest.
Yeah, it's sort of a funny or interesting problem with equipped lifting where the solution to the problem is actually to increase the load, as funny as that sounds. Because like Katie said, because there's so much stretch reflex on the shirt, you actually need more weight to compress the bar down to your chest. With that being said, the other thing with equip lifting is generally it's considered, because you are dealing with all these external variables like what we just saw with the bench shirt, there's a lot of skill involved in the lift. And that's sort of what we'll probably see from Jeremy all day today here.
Yeah, and like you were saying, we can see on the lifting cast, he did opt to go up in weight. He is going up from his opening attempt of 240 to 245. So, hopefully that can give him the extra bit of weight he needs to be able to touch his chest with that shirt on. Now, John has 70 kilos for his second attempt.
So a good look from John. Your white lights. Ever since John made that risky jump on his third squat, he's been sort of killing it here.
He is 2 for 2 on the bench press. Jonathan is upping the bar to 75 kilos for his second attempt. All right, bar is loaded for him. Like we saw himself hyping himself up for the squat, he's doing the same thing for his bench. I'm sure he's got a set routine for every single lift. No reason to change that today. Waits for that start command.
Come on, Danny, let's go.
A little lopsided on the way up, but he does get 3 white lights. It looks like he started to push it into the rack, but thankfully he didn't actually rack it. I see that as a common problem with a lot of lifters where they're pushing the bar back so much that sometimes it just goes straight into the rack. And I was a little worried we might see that with him, but thankfully he got those 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was very close.
Now coming up, we have the Mo. We unfortunately watched him miss his first attempt on strength. He does have these 2 more attempts at that same weight. He cannot decrease the weight. He can only retake it or go up. 215 pounds or 97.5 kilos is on the bar for him. He needs to get this to post a total for the meet.
Come on, Mo, let's go. Nice.
Yeah, that's a good lift, 2 to 1.
I was gonna say, after the first attempt, he looked old. I feel like he looked like he didn't think he was gonna have it, and 2 to 1 there. Good lift. Good job on first Simone.
I think I'm a little surprised by some of the press commands we're seeing today. It's obviously good to see lifters not bomb out from press commands, but at the same time, we do want to see these stable presses on the chest.
Good luck, Chris.
Like Christopher just demonstrated for us. But it definitely is good to keep that, standardized across the board, even at the lower local level meets. All right, 130 kilos. We watched Ben miss his opening attempt of 120. I don't quite remember. You said it was a missed command, right?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, 10-kilo jump here, huh?
Yeah. So hopefully that was, just a small mistake, and this is a weight he can confidently hit. So
yeah, his
hopefully
opener,
he smokes this.
his opener definitely had the strength. It looked very good.
All right, let's go, Ben.
See what the judges say.
Yeah, I did see his butt come off of the pad there.
Yeah,
Very unfortunate to see.
It was a very, very, very subtle movement.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where he did lock it out. He does have the strength to press it. He does need to keep that butt on the pad though. He has one more attempt at it, and I think it's a very good call that he's chosen to retake that for his third attempt. So he'll come back out to 130 kilos. Right now we have 145. This is 319 pounds for Dominic. That looks like a good lift for Dominic, and it is. He gets 3 white lights. I love seeing some lifters, address the camera after that. So that's always fun to see. We've got our videographer, photographer, Calibrated Productions over in that corner. All right, 245 kilos.
Yeah,
This is 540 pounds for our equipped bench-only 120-plus lifter, Jeremy.
yeah. The theme of this flight is, lifters are missing some lifts and they're still jumping, and it's a bold strategy. And for equipped, it makes a lot of sense.
Like we saw earlier, he was struggling to actually touch his chest while in that bench shirt. So we've got 4 spotters, 2 on each side for him. Let's see if he can touch the chest this time. Oh! That is a great catch by our spotters and loaders. He was able to touch the chest, but it looks like he lost that tension once he did.
Yeah, from my angle, what looks like happened is the bar actually got in front of his elbow, and on a bench, if the bar gets in front of your forearm or your elbow, you sort of just lose all control of it. It just sort of fell forward. Again, this is where the skilled component of equipped lifting comes in, where when you're dealing with these heavier loads, you have to have the skill, and you have a higher risk of, if something goes wrong, you get hurt. So it's part of the equipped side of the sport, and I think he has we have yet to see if this is a strength issue. I don't even know if it's a strength issue. I think it's just a technical issue for now, but he has another attempt at it, and he did go up 5 kilos, it looks like. So he is staying strong on what we were talking about of increasing the weight to hit his touch point.
All right, we are into the final bench presses of the session. We're in our third flight, third attempts. John is opening us up with 72.5 kilos. Let's start us off strong. 160 pounds for the Masters 4 lifter.
Go, John.
And it's a fight. He locked it out. 3 white lights is a good lift.
John is just having a great time today.
He is clearly a fan favorite of the crowd here. Like you were saying, he recovered from that, squat mishap with Deb, but it looks like he's having a good day after that with bench. All right, 77.5 kilos for Jonathan. Bar is loaded for him.
JJ out of 495 Strength in Washington, D.C. Always want to give our out-of-state lifters a shout-out for traveling this far to Oak Creek or Milwaukee, Wisconsin to compete today.
All right, let's go, Jonathan. A little bit too much. But, the benefit of that, he made the smallest jump he was allowed to make. So he really got every kilo he could have out of bench today. One could argue that, maybe if he took 72.5 and then jumped to 77, he wouldn't have been as fatigued. But realistically, he got all he could. Can't be too mad about that. Bar is now loaded with 100 kilos for Damone. He recovered from his opening mishap, got 97.5 on his second, and I think it's a really good call to make the smallest jump that you can to 100 kilos for the third attempt.
Good news is though, is he hit his second. He's still in the meet. Like your point before, I also think even though he went 1 for 3 on bench, I do think he hit all he had on the day. So he didn't lose any kilos on bench, I would say.
253 pounds.
All right, Christopher has 115 kilos for his third attempt.
Bar is loaded for Chris. Here we go.
A little bit too much for him.
Good try for Chris today.
He does still walk away with a 107 bench attempt, and now Ben needs this to post a total in the meet. We watched him jump a command with his 120 kilo opener. Decided to, make that risky move and jump up to 130 kilos, and this is where we see that potentially not work out in the lifter's favor, where he then 130 was a little bit sticky and his butt came up. He still locked it out, and he's decided to retake it. So not only does he need to, push through and get the strength to do this again, but he needs to keep his glutes down on the pad, follow all these technical rules. Let's go, Ben. It looks like
I think that was good. It's close. Very good.
it looked like he almost jumped out that command again.
Yeah.
He scared me,
Yep.
but he,
I was looking at his butt the whole time. I was like, that was good. His butt stayed down, and then he locked it out. He almost racked it too early. But he didn't, and that was an amazing lift. Honestly, good job being an athlete to Ben, because if he misses that, he's out of the meet. So.
all right, Dominic has 150 kilos for his third attempt.
Here we go.
All right, let's go, Dominic. 150 kilos.
Oh, good try.
Another miss, unfortunately. Does walk away with 145 kilos. All right. 250 kilos. We are upping the bar 100 kilos from the attempt that we just saw. Just slapping a couple extra reds on there. And just to recap, we watched Jeremy not be able to touch his chest with 240 kilos. Went up by 5 kilos to, add a little bit more weight, hopefully weigh it down to help touch his chest on the second attempt. But when he did touch his chest, his elbow folded in, and that was going to be a no lift again for him. And now he is up to another 5 kilos to 250. I have seen equipped lifters in this same situation come back from this and smoke their third attempt once they get enough weight to, correctly weigh it down. So, hopefully this works out in his favor. Because eventually, this is what he came to do. 250 kilos on the bar for him right now.
Yeah, like I said on a second, at this point, we have no idea if it's a strength issue, Like, we haven't seen him press, so if he gets a good chance to press, there's a good chance that he's got it,
Let's go, Jeremy. Oh, he touched the chest, but same thing as the second attempt. That bar came forward as soon as he touched, lost that tension. So, unfortunately, since he was a bench only lifter, he did not post a lift, but still a fun experience to come here and do that. So, now that we've wrapped up with our bench for today, the spotters and loaders are going to get that platform ready for deadlift. We're going to be starting out with Marianne again. In 10 minutes, we're going to take that little break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for you guys.
Woo! See you then.
gonna switch just in case, like, so I can still hold it. This is the one I was using before.
I think so.
It was.
Okay.
Is it on?
Yep, they're on.
Oh, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready for deadlifts. Marianne is opening us up at 65 kilos, and the timer just ran out. So that was our 10-minute break. Spotters and loaders have the platform ready. And I mentioned this earlier, but I want to give a quick recap into what we're going to see for deadlifts today. There is only one command for this lift, and that is down. So lifters have 60 seconds when the bar is called loaded to go out and start the lift. There is no start command like we saw with squat and bench. Like Marianne is going to demonstrate for us here, she can simply walk out, pull whenever she is ready. And once she locks it out, she gets that down command from the head ref. And that was a perfect demonstration of a good deadlift. 3 white lights for her. Now, what these refs are looking for in the deadlift is for them to fully lock it out at the top. That means knees are going to be locked and shoulders pulled back. The actual rule in the IPF now is that the shoulders must be behind the plane that the bar holds. So as long as that is true, the deadlift would be considered locked out, knees locked out, shoulders pulled back, as well as a couple other rules with this as well. So similar to what we saw with squat and bench, there should be no downward motion of the bar. From when they begin the lift, the bar can only travel upwards. If there's any downward motion and then they finish locking it out, that would unfortunately be a no lift. There's also a rule of the bar cannot be supported on the thighs on the way up. This would look like while they're picking it up, they kind of jump the knees forward and scrape the bar along the thighs to help get it up. That would also unfortunately be a no lift. Hopefully we don't see any of that here today though. We've had a couple good lifts already. Taking us up next to Ellie with 107.5 as her opening attempt. She is ready to go, waiting for that bar to be called loaded. All right, and hopefully she will demonstrate another good lift for us here with 107.5, 237 pounds. She had a little bit of a sticking point on the way up there, but we'll see what the refs say. That is a good lift, a little bit of a technical issues it looks like with getting the legs up, but that was a good lift for her. All right, moving on, we have 117.5 kilos for Timothy. This is 260 pounds for his opening attempt.
That's now that sumo stand right here. So.
Oh, that'll be a close one.
That was a good lift. It looks like he almost wanted to jump that down command. That is something that lifters have to wait for. But it looks like he was right on time with it. And so that was a good lift. Something we're going to see today is a difference in stances that lifters choose to use. Whether it's conventional, where the feet are closer together and the arms are outside of the legs, or whether it's sumo, where the legs are wider and the hands are inside of the legs, either one is considered a deadlift, and lifters can choose whichever best suits them. Now, Craig, what would you say is what causes a lifter to maybe choose conventional versus sumo?
Yeah, so generally you see a correlation with longer femurs and shorter arms in sumo,
With to answer your question though, conventional is more of a posterior, maybe back dominant movement. If you like deadlifting with a rounder back, you might prefer conventional more. If you like deadlifting with a straighter back, sumo might be an answer. Or if you're stronger in your legs, maybe you would prefer sumo. There's a lot of different body structure differences that basically makes these things feel better or worse, and it's varied from a lot of people.
Yeah, but like I said, either one is considered a deadlift, so we're going to see a variety of different stances used today. And even within those stances, you know, we can see a sumo lift be toes to the edges of the plates, or a sumo lift be, you know, kind of like a frog stand, where the feet are still outside of the hands, but the legs are just a little closer together. Skylar demonstrated a great conventional deadlift for us here. Good lift for him. And deadlift, you know, we tend to go a lot quicker, and like I said, we see a lot less missed lifts. So we are moving and grooving through these opening attempts, already to the end of this flight with 165 kilos for Kevin.
Yeah, just about all openers seem to have moved really stellar so far. Kevin's 6 for 6. If he continues this trajectory, I assume this is going to be a good opener for him. Nice opener for Kevin.
It's no mystery why some of these stronger lifters tend to have a higher attempt rate. You know, they have a lot more experience. Probably, it looks like this is probably not Kevin's first meet, I would say. So, you know, having that experience under your belt, making longer attempts really makes a difference, because when it comes down to, you know, who's going to win their class, who's going to be best overall lifter, more often than not, there's a correlation between the higher attempt hit rate and, you know, who wins the meet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kevin actually competed at high school nationals last year. Could be wrong. I think he podiumed at nationals, so there's no surprise he's 7 for 7.
Yeah, you know, we're not seeing quite the battle between weight classes that we might see at high school nationals. A lot of these lifters are just, you know, trying to get a total on the board. But when we do see meets like that, where it comes down to like every kilo counts towards winning their weight class, this is where we really start to see like the 9 for 9 lifters tend to succeed a little more, because you're actually making all of your attempts. Someone else could be potentially stronger than you, but if they're, you know, missing on depth, missing their third bench on strength, that's where making your attempts really comes into play. And I think it's really interesting to watch how a lot of those meets play out, where the number 1 nominated lifter may not actually win because of mishaps like that. So again, we're not really seeing that today here. Ellie has 110 kilos per second attempt.
Nice.
Going for these smaller jumps, you know, deadlifts look maybe not as strong as she was expecting. You know, the opener looked a little slow, and she made that small jump. But it looks like, you know, maybe she was planning on making these 5-pound jumps. She did that with squat, and she did that with bench, and she's doing it again with deadlifts.
Yeah, 2.5 kilo jumps for every lift for her so far.
All right, Carter did not make that small jump, though. He's going up to 112 for his second attempt.
Oh, I think he should have jumped even more.
Yeah, he smoked that.
I'm pretty sure Carter's doing this meet to qualify for high school nationals next year, so he's got a long road ahead of him, and it looks like he's having a great meet so far.
And Carter was actually our first lifter to solidify that 8 for 8 attempts, and it looks like he's got a lot more weight in him. So, you know, if he makes that smart attempt choice, which it looks like he did, he only went up 5 kilos. I think he's going to be our first lifter to lock in a 9 for 9 day. Laura is having a good day with deadlifts so far. You know, squat probably didn't go her way, but she went 3 for 3 on bench. I'd say she's about to go 2 for 2 on deadlifts right now.
Nice.
That's a good lift for her. All right, right, we're keeping that same weight on the bar for Timothy's second attempt, 125 kilos. A little bit slow off the floor, and he blocks it out. Yeah, so I did see that downward motion there at the top. It looked like, as he was locking it out, he went down and back up a little bit. It could be, a balance issue more than it is a strength issue. He is opting to just retake that weight, which I think is a good call.
Yeah, I feel like he got in front of the bar, or maybe the bar got in front of him. Either or they're sort of an inverse of each other sometimes.
All right, Skylar Wild, 132.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Looks like an opener to me, even though it's not.
Yeah, moves it very well, and he gets those 3 white lights. One other thing, along with differences in stances that we see, is a difference in grip that lifters choose to use. So Skylar demonstrated a double overhand hook grip. Some lifters choose to do a mixed grip, which is one hand is over and one hand is under. This is again just lifter preference. Either is allowed. Whichever works best for you and you feel stronger with, the lifter is allowed to do it. All right, and Kevin, like I said before, he's been having a good day so far. He is 7 for 7, looking to make it 8 for 8 right now. Very clean.
I don't know. I think he might jump another 10 kilos again. We'll see.
All right, we are already into our third deadlift attempts. Marianne is starting us off strong, 75 kilos. This is 165 pounds. Once again, one of our masters lifters, a masters 4. Weighing in at only 125 pounds. The crowd is going wild for her. Let's go, Marianne.
Oh, got it.
She blocks it out.
Awesome lift by Marianne. That's the loudest we've heard the crowd all day.
And she has to have had a good day with only that third bench attempt missed. Getting that third deadlift, especially when it's that big of a grind, is such a good feeling. All right, and I spoke wrong earlier. Allie is making that 5 kilo jump after 2.5 jumps all day long. She must be feeling confident about this third pull. She has to leave it all out on the platform right now. 115 kilos. That is a good
Awesome lift.
With a big hug to celebrate. Such a good day to end on. All right, and like I was saying before, Carter is our only lifter so far who has not missed a single attempt. If he gets this, he will be our first lifter to go 9-9, which is such a good feeling at a meet like this. His second attempt flew, and he's making only a 10-pound jump. This is gonna fly. Oh my goodness.
He had 10 more in him.
Stupidly fast. He gets all 3 white lights.
All right, he had 15 more.
9 for 9 day. And on top of that, 27 for 27 white lights.
He impressed the judges today, that's for sure.
All right. We watched Timothy miss his second attempt with a little bit of downward motion at the top. Decided to retake that weight. 275 pounds. Let's go, Timothy. kicking that up to me. And he gets it.
No downward motion there.
Laura.
Exactly. No doubt in that lift. 3 white lights. Laura Meyer is up next. 3 for 3 on bench. Looking to make it 3 for 3 on deadlifts as well. This is 292 pounds. Almost deadlifting 300 pounds is insane. Come on, Laura. And she rocked it out with a big smile. 3 white lights.
I think that looked better than her second even.
All right. We are over 300 pounds now with 140 kilos for Skylar.
140 kilos, 308 pounds.
Something with the Aspire Strength Systems Classic here is all these lifters get their own personalized song for their third deadlift attempt. So they get to choose what song they want playing in the background. And I think it's helping the crowd out a lot, helping them out. As you can see with Scott,
That is a good lift. 3 white lights for him.
I don't want to jinx it, but we're at 100% of third attempts hit so far.
And this is such a good energy that we have here today. I'm a little impressed. You know, there's a lot of local meets that you don't have this energy at. This is such a good feeling for these lifters to have people that don't even know them screaming for them on their third deadlift attempt. Like you were saying, I think getting to pick their song, letting them see it, all the thought that went into this meet is really what's making it as good as it is right now. Come on, Kevin. 182.5 kilos for his third attempt. This is over 400 pounds. If he gets this, he will be 9 for 9.
Cap off an awesome day.
Let's go, Kevin. Just like that. 9 for 9.
He's happy about that.
Yes, he is very happy. Secures that 400-pound deadlift.
Go Waukesha South.
All right, straight into flight 2, 120 kilos. Jake is opening us up with 264 pounds. But don't let this energy go anywhere because we will be right back to third attempts before we know it. Very smooth.
Easy opener for Jake. I think he has a lot of space to jump if he wants to. Brandon here is with 160 kilos. That's 353 pounds. He's only missed one lift today. Looks like he's having a great game. And the crowd's going wild for an opener deadlift.
There's still like from those third attempts he just finished.
Maybe Brandon's just a fan favorite or something here, huh?
Love to see this energy at a local meet for these opening attempts. Straight into Israel's opening attempt at 165 kilos.
For Israel is 6 for 6. Another Waukesha South High School lifter. The reigning high school national champions.
Very snappy deadlift from him.
I think he's got a lot left. So Nick DeSouza here has been lifting equipment for the past year to year and a half. This is his first raw meet, I believe, ever. And so far he's 6 for 6. 190 kilo opener, or 420 pounds.
Seems like a great meet to make your raw debut. Looks like he's doing well so far. Once again, this is our flight with lifters, making smart attempt choices, making most of their attempts. And based on these openers, it looks like we're keeping that streak up. One thing I want to point out in the last flight is everyone made their third deadlift attempt as well. It's really great to see.
Yeah, it is very rare to see too.
A lot of times people get to this meet and they have a number in mind that they really wanted to hit, even if it's a little out of reach, and they say, screw it, let's still go for it, even if it's not there. So it's always great to see, people making these smart attempt choices, choosing what's actually there, showing up strong on the day. 220 kilos is on the bar for Vincent.
Good work by Vincent. Three white lights. He's been calm, cool, and collected all day.
All right, 222.5 for Andrew Wen. He's been one of the stronger lifters today. Once again, closing out the flight with his opener.
Yeah, 490 pounds. Andrew's been on fire today. And that fire continues, I think. Walks off like it's nothing.
All right, a very good start to deadlifts in this flight. Will pretty back to second attempts. 132.5 for Jake. It's 292 pounds for his second attempt.
Let's go, Jake.
A very nice attempt from him. All right, moving the bar up to 172. We have Brandon Manning coming out for his second attempt.
Crowd's going wild for Brandon again on his second attempt here.
Once again, another sub-junior lifter really showing out on the deadlift here today. Got it up and locked it out. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, so unfortunately, I agree with that call. There's a little bit of a bobble there at the top. They need to lock it out and fully pull it back. It looks like he, fell forward a little bit before fully pulling it back.
Yeah, and at this meet, like I've been saying this whole time, the judges are decently strict today. Strict doesn't mean unfair a lot of the time. That was a fair call. I think he's got a good chance on his third one.
All right, 175 kilos for Israel. Already up to 3 reds on that bar.
Awesome second deadlift.
He makes that look easy.
Israel there is a good example of just absolutely smoking a second deadlift, and you go into your third attempt having a lot of confidence, a lot of fun. Maybe it might lead you to load something silly, but maybe it'll also help you hit something silly too.
You know, I think there's a lot of lifters and coaches that have the philosophy of, if I'm 8 for 8, I'm going crazy on the third deadlift, which, you know, this is where we see a lot of people miss their third deadlift and really grind it out. But sometimes that's also where we see a lifter pull something that they've never pulled before.
Same thing for Nick. Awesome lift.
All right, 227.5 for Vincent. A relatively smaller jump on deadlift for what we normally see, only going up by 15 pounds from his opener.
Come on, Vincent. Nice.
Very nice. 500 pounds is a good lift for him.
Yeah, even though it was a smaller jump, I think it was a good call for him. Here to see what he's going to put into his third.
All right, 237 kilos for Andrew Len. His first attempt looked easy. I have no doubt that this second attempt is going to move, and he's going to load something big for that third attempt.
Go, Andy. Awesome. Awesome second attempt. I've been saying it all day. Andy's on fire, and just a matter of questioning if he's going to try something crazy on his third attempt, or if he's going to play conservative and just secure a good meet.
All right. Like I said, we're back to third attempts now. Jake is going to start us out just at that 315-pound mark. This is 142.5 or 314 pounds.
Jake told me he was worried about bombing out in the beginning of this meet. Now this is for 9 for 9.
Especially if this is your first meet. Such a great feeling. This third deadlift. Give it all that you can here.
Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake. Let's go. Nice.
And it looks like he just secured 9 for 9 at his first meet.
His coach is in the background cheering for him. That's a great example of when he went into the meet, unless he was joking with me, he sounded not very confident at all, and then he does the meet and has a killer day. This goes to show that you never know what's going to happen, and most people should probably just give it a try. All right, Brandon's been the fan favorite, it seems like, all for this session. Crowd's going wild for him, so.
He missed his second attempt on a little bit of a wobble. Just under 400 pounds for his third. Can he lock it out? Let's go. He locked it out. He's still smiling. I think he knows that he locked it out, but did have that downward motion there. So, you know, it looked like it could just be like a technique or a balance issue that he can work out for his next meet. He did still walk away with his opening deadlift of 160 kilos, but, you know, there's about that 20 kilo spread that he missed out on. All right, up next, we have Israel with 182.5 kilos for his third attempt. Bar is loaded for him. Just over 400 pounds.
Let's go.
Who's having such a good day. 8 for 8 attempts. Let's go, Israel.
Awesome.
Man, that is a
Awesome
good thing for
haircut.
him.
I don't know if the live stream can hear it, but everything went dead silent, and then as soon as he started pulling, it just went crazy.
All right, up next is Nicholas, 212.5 kilos.
Three white lights. Bar is loaded
for him.
Let's see it. Go! Come on, Nick.
Oh, Nick. Oh, he's feeling it.
Nice work. Great start.
Just like that. Another 9 for 9 lifter. That's a good one.
Coming out of total flex, Jim.
I think it's no coincidence that a lot of these lifters that are being handled by the meet director himself, Troy, are going 9 for 9. You know, as a coach, making a lot of these attempt choices for your lifters, setting them up for the best day possible, and that's why a lot of these lifters are having such a good day. Another lifter coming up next, Vincent, 232.5. Then we saw a small mishap with his opener bench that he was able to come back from. Other than that, having such a great day.
Let's go. So close. Good try, Vincent.
Very good attempt from him. You know, getting stuck in that position is such a hard one to overcome, and you just have to pull that chest through. A lot of lifters get stuck there. All right, our final third attempt of this flight. Andrew Wen, 250 kilos for his third attempt.
I'm just going to call him the man on fire.
Bar is loaded. Here we go, Anthony. Make some noise. Finish this thing.
Out of UW Milwaukee, powerlifting team. Had an awesome day so far, 8 for 8.
Knocks it out.
Looks like he's going to go 9 for 9. 3 white lights, good lift for Andy. The subtle walk off, he knew he had it seems like. And we are on our final flight of deadlift for the morning session. Stay tuned for the afternoon session where we'll have another 2 or 3 flights, I believe it's 2, and more lifters for your entertainment.
All right, back up to the top. Christopher Oliver is opening us up with 147.5 kilos. Moves it like an opener should. 3 white lights. Up next is John taking 157.5 for his opener.
John's having a really fun day to watch and an awesome day himself. The crowd is going ballistic for John here on his opener. Good opener by John. 2 white lights, that's all he needs.
Yes, and that red card on the deadlift actually means that it would have been a slightly soft walkout, so maybe the ref saw a slightly unlocked knee or shoulders not pulled back all the way. I believe it was the shoulders, but Nonetheless, 2 white lights is a good lift, and that is all he needs. All right, Jonathan is up next, 167.5 kilos.
Like I said today, John's out of 495 strength in Washington, D.C. Hopefully a lot of D.C. powerlifting friends watching him right now. Awesome opener by John.
Going up to 170 kilos for Ben's opening attempt. You know, as I was saying before, deadlift is a lot easier for people to make. So we haven't really had any scares with people not getting a deadlift attempt. No bomb outs on deadlift so far. We still have a couple attempts left, but overall, these lifters are killing it with their deadlift attempts.
Three-way lights for Ben. I think Ben is the only lifter of the meet so far that has been completely raw. No belt, no knee sleeves.
Up next, we have Dominic with 215 kilos. All right, let's go, Dominic.
This is 475 pounds. So in the gym, this is 445s and a 35-pound plate on each side. Makes it move pretty darn easy.
That's a good lift for him. All right, closing out our last flight of lifters opening attempts is Damone with 245 kilos.
I mentioned this during bench. Some people who aren't the best benchers actually get an advantage on deadlift because their arms might be a little longer. I think Damone might fit that category where he might have struggled a little bit on bench, but he's the heaviest deadlift in the flight so far.
All right, let's see this, Damone. A little bit slow for an opener, but he gets it and he walks it out, and that's all that matters.
Definitely happy about it. He ran off the platform. Oh, he's back. I think for this meet, sometimes he's forgotten to submit his next attempt, but he has remembered for this one.
All right, straight into second attempts. We have Christopher back up with 155. And you don't normally see it, but lifters are allowed to wear knee sleeves when they deadlift. And that is a good lift for him. $175 kilos for John up next. Making that larger jump up to his second attempt. Once again, he seems to be a fan favorite here today.
Again, the crowd's going wild for John. He's been really fun to watch today. It's a massive jump to 175 kilos, 385 pounds. Come on, John.
Let's see what the judges say.
He won again. It's a really fun scenario where his first attempt was 2-1. This is 2-1. Should he change anything or should he keep it the same? You know?
It's a tough call when you know, I do agree with that ref call of the slightly unlocked knees. Always happy to see the lifter get the lift, obviously. Very excited to see if he's going to come up for that third pull. You know, sometimes when your second attempt is that difficult, some lifters don't choose to come up for the third attempt, but it looks like he's inputted 185 for his third attempt. Then locked out 180 for his second.
Super easy.
And now Jonathan is pushing us over that 400-pound barrier to 182.5.
Often referred to as Coach JJ. 182.5 is about 4 45-pound plates on the bar in a commercial gym.
All right, let's see this, Jonathan.
Good second lift by JJ.
It's a good lift. I always love seeing the spotters and loaders kind of being that lifter's personal hype crew. They're screaming for them. Up next, we have Dominic with 227.5 kilos for his second attempt. Pushing us to 500 pounds. You know, we were just at 400 on the last attempt, and now we're already at 500 with Dominic. Let's go, Dominic.
His hype song turned on at just the perfect time.
Knocks it out.
Happy about that one for sure. 3-way legs for Dominic.
All right. Closing out our second attempts once again is Damone. His opening attempt looked a little difficult. Made that 10-kilo jump up to his second attempt. 255 kilos is on the bar for him right now. Let's go, Damone.
Come on, Damone.
Clearly, deadlift is his lift. Let's see it.
It's a good try.
Yeah, a little difficult locking it out up there at the top. Hopefully everything is okay. Looks like he's walking off the platform. You know, it's hard to tell if the lifter is injured or upset, but he does still have another attempt that if he chooses to take it, but you know, that might have been all the gas he had left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he did do that on his first bench, and I thought he might have been done, but he came back and hit it, so he's got a fighting chance, I think.
All right, up next is Christopher. Final deadlifts of the session today, 165 kilos for him. Let's go, Christopher. Makes it look like an opener.
Probably one of the easier third attempts you're going to see.
That is a good lift for him. All right, jumping up to 185 kilos. We had John, who had a pretty difficult and 2-to-1 second attempt. Pulling up another 10 kilos or 22 pounds. We have 185 kilos on the bar. This is 407 pounds for the Masters 4 lifter.
If there's anything I've learned about John today is that he's a shooter. He missed his opener squat, missed his second squat, jumped big and hit his third squat. He wants it big today. Let's go, John. Come on.
I'm going to let the crowd speak for itself. Everyone here is rooting for John.
Good try.
He doesn't seem too fazed by it. You know, wanted to give a shot at that 400-pound deadlift. got it off the floor, but not much further than that.
You know, something we're not highlighting because we don't have the records in front of us, but I think there's a good chance his second deadlift might have been a Masters 4 state record, maybe pushing a national record, you know? So,
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, at a local meet like this, we cannot set American records, but like Craig said, could have been a state record. Ben has 192.5 on the bar. Makes it look easy.
no belt, no sleeves on the day. Still has an awesome mate. Good job to Ben.
All right, up next is Jonathan, 195 kilos.
His son's behind him, giving him some slaps, hype him up.
That's always going to be a fun day, having your kid behind you to support you at your powerlifting meet.
Come on, Coach JJ, let's go. Come on, JJ, let's go. Nice. That's good. Nice. I think he was going to go shake the ref's hands, but then he just went right to his son, as I would as well.
All right, we are down to the last deadlifts. 240 kilos is on the bar waiting for Dominic. All right, let's go, Dominic.
Keep pulling, Dominic. Here we go. Make some noise for him.
Crowd's getting hyped for the pull. Just got a little sticky at the top there. Overall, really good try for Dominic there.
All right, now we watched Damone get that 255 on his second attempt up to the knees, but couldn't lock it up from there. We are loading it up for him again. He is ready to come out and give this one final attempt. Let's go.
Come on, Damone.
Everything you got right here.
So close.
It's a little too much again.
Good job, Damone.
All right. That closes out this morning session of the Aspire Strength Systems Summer Classic. But if you had a good time watching today, don't go anywhere because starting at 3 p.m. today, we have our prime time session showcasing the strongest lifters in this meet today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm Katie DeGuider.
I'm Craig Lemieux.
And like I said, tune back in at 3 p.m. for our prime time session today. Thank you all.
Peace out, friends.
test with it. It's good too. It's behind us.
Should I double check the other one too?
Hello, hello, hello.
Good job. That one, I think you should have this down on your shirt. You can keep that one closer. That one seems quieter towards this one. So,
Which is weird. I have these same mics, and I feel like that. I mean, it's probably just the mic itself.
it's just the cover, yeah.
Yeah, but like the cover, I feel like this one picks up better than that one for me.
Oh, I like that one better.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe mine are weird. I don't know, because I think they're the same ones.
You want to test something, right?
Yeah.
That's my here out sound.
Test. Oh.
It's just going to take a second.
Oh,
for
you're
you to actually hear on the street.
Test,
Oh my God, he
test,
just bombed out.
Test.
Stretch the forehead. That's a good spot for it.
I sent my test through with it.
Yep.
Okay.
This is good too.
Okay.
And if you want, you could move it a little bit lower too.
A little lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk louder when I'm actually.
Next commentary.
We'll just pin it right here and we're like.
And then you guys are like, come on!
Yep, that's always best.
I worry too. I don't know how much you can hear like the background because then I'm trying to like speak over people for the mic to pick up me, but then I feel like I'm screaming into it. And I don't know if I was too loud or too quiet or who knows. Alright, we got body weights in.
They got it in for the earlier. It looks like.
Yeah. I want to keep like the forecast points up so we can talk about that later. Good. Thank you.
It's cool, but you'll soon be getting there late, so it might be close.
Did this camera angle change from the first session? It looks a little to the right. Unless I'm faded.
I think I think this 80 projected Daryl Bennett might be the highest.
Is there anyone that's like really kind of nuts?
Yeah, I wrote that, so I've done 2 competitions at Indianapolis.
Wow.
Both times, one people. I'm like looking at their like.
I just said wow.
So maybe take your mic off.
Who's on a different level?
Angelo, for one time he was commentating, I think at USA Filmy, and the mics were going through here. And he said something that was like,
We got banned, right? Somebody got banned. He was president.
oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, he was a fan from this.
Who's the president?
Robert Kelly.
Yes. Yeah. He walked over out of the motion because like he can't.
Yeah. Well, I think he told me the story. He was like, yeah, like he just, I got kind of yelled at. Maybe he did get banned. I don't know.
said something on Two White Lights about like having to do something.
Everyone, we are going to get started here in just a second, but will everyone please rise for the national anthem? Flag is at the back corner.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the primetime session of the Aspire Strength Systems Summer Classic. Thank you for joining in. Welcome back if you are listening to our morning session. My name is Katie DeGuider, and today I'm joined by Tong.
Hey everyone, how are we doing? We're bringing you the primetime session of the Aspire Summer Classic. We had a really good morning, and I'm excited to see how everyone settles in this afternoon.
Yeah, and for those who weren't watching this morning, we had such a great energy going on here today. For all of our third attempts, everyone was up on their feet and screaming. I honestly haven't seen an energy quite like this at a local meet in a long time.
Oh yeah, we're at a local community center right now. It's a very intimate sort of vibe with the seating and energy. It's been a good day.
All right, and as you guys just saw, Surya started us off strong with a 97.5 kilo squat. That's 215 pounds that she got 3 white lights on. All right, so to give you guys kind of an overview of what we're looking at with this squat discipline here, we've got two different commands that lifters are listening for in this squat. Now, Paul, could you tell us a little bit about these commands?
Yeah, so when the lifter goes onto the platform, gets under the bar, unrests in their set command, or set position, the head ref will motion them to start. So that allows the lifter to start their squat and perform the squat all the way through. Once they are done, or the head ref believes they are done, they will get a rack command. And so it's very important for lifters to make sure they're being patient and waiting for the commands. Or, unfortunately, it can cost them a lift if they don't.
Yeah, and when these referees do decide whether a lift is good or not, we have 3 referees, and all can indicate good or bad lift. And as we just saw with the previous lifter, she got a 2-to-1 good lift. So majority rules here in powerlifting, 2 white lights and 1 red light is a good lift. And in the same note, 2 red lights and 1 white light is a no lift. So in Cynthia's case, she got and Araceli, I might be mispronouncing that, but she got a red light due to death. So in powerlifting, one of the most common reasons that we're going to see a squat disqualification would be for not squatting deep enough. Now, Tom, what does depth actually look like for powerlifting?
Yeah, so the exact wording on the depth rule, what we're looking for from a spectator's perspective, and also from the judge's perspective, is we want the hip crease of the lifter to go below where their knee joint is. So from this camera angle, it can be a little bit deceptive as far as where we're getting that judgment. Obviously, the referees, they're going to be pointed here around the lifter and the platform to make sure they have the best vantage point, so that we can give consistent judging to all these lifters.
Yeah, and these lifters, once the bar is all loaded, they have 60 seconds to get that squat command from the head rep. So as we saw with Olivia, she took her time getting exactly under the bar like she needed to, walking it out, walking at her knees to get that command. Once again, 2 to 1 is a good lift here. And we are already starting this session off with some pretty strong squatters with these ladies. And that's exactly why they're all in this prime time session here.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't watch powerlifting often, the primetime session, it's going to be an amalgamation of some of our best lifters who have signed up for this meet. And so you're going to see a lot of different weight classes, a lot of different competitors here coming out for these lifts, all in the same flight. So we're going to get a very good spread here of all different types of lifters. So we're going to get Julian here. 59 kilo lifter in the men's raw open division. We're going to open with 137.5 kilos.
And one thing that I wanted to point out from the first session, I thought it was so interesting to see how, back to back, we had Masters 4 lifters all the way down to, high school students competing in the same meet, which really just points out, how wide that spread of competitors in powerlifting are.
Yeah, you're going to see everyone from Masters lifters to sub-juniors being your teen and high school lifters, and Masters being your 40 and up lifters. So we're going to get a lot of great lifting from all different ranges of age groups here. We're going to have our final opening squat of Flight A. We have Anika coming out with 160 kilos.
And, we saw some ladies earlier and then some men after them, but if you thought these ladies were done squatting, you were wrong. Annika is coming out to 160 kilo open. A massive squat for this lifter. And as you see, she is wearing the coveted Team USA singlet, which means she very likely has been representing Team USA on the international stage.
Wow. Makes light work of that opener.
And she is a sub-junior lifter as well. So like I was saying, you're seeing all kinds of lifters here today.
We're going to go back up to the flight here, top of the flight. Soraya is going to bring us up to 107.5 kilos. Now, when you saw Anika there, I believe she was the youngest lifter in this flight. She was 17 years old. Soraya here is 40, and so, like we were saying, we're getting a very big spread in weight classes, divisions, and age groups.
All right, 107.5 kilos is on the bar for her second attempt. I believe this is 237 pounds.
You'll notice our lifters are taking their time to get set up, getting their backs nice and set, taking big braces.
Like Katie said earlier, every lifter has 60 seconds to just get the initial start command, so they don't even have to do the entire lift in 60 seconds. A lot of lifters, especially the more experienced ones, they know to take their time. That 60 seconds is yours.
And some lifters might get a longer, time until they get that squat command than others. And that's because these reps are looking for a few specific things when giving that start command. They're waiting for their knees to be fully locked out, making sure that they are upright, their feet are planted in position, and making sure that their hands are of a proper grip and that the bar is at a proper position on their back. They check all of these boxes, they'll get that squat command. If not, I like to say there is a secret command that no one likes to get called the replace command. If you get that, that means you should re-rack the bar into the rack, talk to that head ref to figure out why you didn't receive your start command, and then you still have the remainder of that 60 seconds to get back under the bar and get that start or squat command. Araceli has 130 kilos or 286 pounds in the bar.
So very nice second attempt there.
She gets that same 2-to-1 call with 1 red for depth from the side referee. And I think that's one of those squats where sometimes it can be a little borderline, but sometimes if you keep getting the same call, as an athlete, you don't know if you want to try and sink it a little bit more and possibly give up some of the strength from the lift, or just keep going how you're going and squat like how you normally do if you're getting 2 right legs.
Yeah, one thing that's hard for these lifters to assess is, when they miss something on depth, they don't know exactly how much they missed by. And so sometimes trying to overcorrect after getting a red light, that can really be damaging to your overall performance. Sometimes it can be a matter of, millimeters. And so often you'll see lifters just try to maintain their confidence more than anything.
Cynthia made a rather large jump up to 137 kilos from 125, and she locked that out, passing that 300-pound barrier. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Tom. As someone who just recently competed and got a single red light for depth for the first time ever, it really does get in your head, and it made me go a little bit more conservative in the moment where, my plan was to go a little bit heavier, but I was scared of not hitting depth and wanted to make sure that I sunk it as low as I could, and it worked out for me. Now, 140 kilos is no joke for these female lifters. 140 kilos is basically 3 plates in the powerlifting world. That's 3 20-kilo plates on each side. 308 pounds for Olivia.
She there takes her time with the unrack. Okay, very easy. Let's see what the judges think. Okay, so she's going to get 3 reds there. She gets all the colors, and so
I will say I do agree. I saw those 2 reds from the sides for depth. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that you have to squat a little bit deeper sometimes. And I did see a blue card in there as well. A blue card for her likely meant that she didn't block her knees out in the final position, which that's what she got from the side ref earlier as well. So those I saw myself. She got a yellow card from the head referee. I didn't quite catch what that was, but in the squat, a yellow card can be a catch-all for multiple different reasons. It could have been that for anyone, a yellow card can mean that they jumped a command. It could mean that they opened up their grip, that they shifted their feet. A yellow card can mean a lot of things. It's really hard to tell. But unfortunately, all 3 refs said no lift. But she does have 1 more attempt to come back out here. And it looks like she decided to not only retake the 140, but she's going up from that. So she's taking 145 kilos. Which, Tong, if you were a coach or a lifter in that position, what do you think you would have done?
Yeah, I think, it's a weird thing when you miss with every single referee, but considering the fact that, it wasn't 3 of the same answer, I think there's enough of a case to be made where, if you're feeling good and you're making very small mistakes, just try to make a small mental adjustment and come out for a planned third or a number that might be a little less than what you had planned, but something that still keeps you on track for any of your larger meet goals. So again, like we said, the margins for these mistakes, for these misses, can be very, very small. It's not always absolute as to why, the degree to which you're missing, right? Like it can be a very small adjustment that needs to happen. And for all we know, she could come out here on her third attempt and get 3 white lights. I think that's sort of the mindset they're going to keep, is just making sure that she stays confident and is able to take that spot.
All right, we have 175 kilos for Annika. Once again, you said she was a 17-year-old lifter here today.
This is 386 pounds. Oh, yeah.
And she smokes it.
I think we're going to see her pass that 400 mark here.
2 white lights is all she needs. That was a good lift.
All right, now we are now on to the third attempt squat. This is our winner's last squat of this fight. So, give it everything they got.
All right, starting off our third attempt squats is Surya with 117.5 kilos. This is 260 pounds we're starting out at today. Once again, our master's lifter squatting 260 pounds.
Yeah, this is right under twice her body weight. So very, very impressive squat here. She's going to take her time, making sure she's ready for the unbrackets. Maybe the most important part about the setup here, making sure the bar is nice on your back in the right position so that you can brace and set yourself up.
All right, let's see it.
And she's,
Oh, yeah. Really takes her time hitting that depth in the bottom.
2 to 1 good lift.
Starting us off strong so far today. Moving right into Cynthia, who will be taking 140 kilos for her third attempt. Interesting attempt selection made here. She made a 12.5 kilo jump from her opening to second attempt, and then only a 2.5 jump to her third. That could be a sign, that she was planning on feeling a little bit stronger than she did today. But nevertheless, 308 pounds is what she's about to walk out right now.
Now this is over 2 times her body weight, so extremely impressive lift.
Come on.
Nice and smooth. 3 white lights.
This is a great first flight of spots so far.
All right, we're adding that chip onto the bar. 314 pounds. Big 3-plate squat here.
You got this. Keep this move.
Again, our 76 junior lifter here today. Very smooth attempt from her.
Yeah, let's see what the judges think. 3 red, yeah, 3 red, sorry. It looked a little high on my end.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all 3 reds from 3 reps, but she did still walk away with a 130 kilo second attempt. Which is always that unfortunate thing where she looked like she could have been strong enough to squat it, but she walked it out very smoothly. It's one of those things where next time she competes, she'll come back even stronger, and she'll probably have a better understanding of where exactly she needs to hit that depth. And speaking of depth, we watched Olivia unfortunately miss that second attempt for a couple different reasons. You know, we saw some reds, we saw blue, and we saw yellow, but she decided to go up 5 kilos. You know, she looks strong today. So the 5 kilo jump isn't unreasonable, but it's that risky move where, you know, how strong are you gonna feel when you sink it a little bit deeper this time? But let's see her move this. Come on, Olivia.
I mean, the strength is there. We're gonna have to see though.
See what the refs say. Oh, 2-1. Unfortunately, that is not a good lift. But she did still get her opener squat. So she is still going to have the chance to post a total today. It's very unfortunate to see that. But, you know, we still love to see referees upholding the standard of the Federation here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a lifter too, you know, when you get that sort of clear feedback on these 2 attempts, I think it's a good, it's good feedback for your training and the sort of things that you need to look out for in the future.
That was a grind, but he locked it out.
And that's gonna be 3 white lights.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about talk. It's always unfortunate to see lifters not get their attempt, but as a referee myself, I think it is just as big of a disservice to lifters to not hold to the standard, because a lot of lifters, you know, are going to nationals, are going to bigger and better meets. And when they get to that meet, there's not going to be any wiggle room, you know? So you don't want someone to not get this feedback here and to not know that they're not quite squatting to depth, and then to get to nationals and have something, you know, horribly wrong happen there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can do a lot in your training to make sure you know, you're being honest about the standard and how you train, but unless you're doing a meet, you never really get the opportunity to do it in the environment, on the platform.
Oh,
Good catch by the spotters there.
and you know, that was our first fail on strength so far. So still a pretty strong flight so far. But unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for him. And you know, Tom, you absolutely called it. You are seeing Annika pass that 400-pound squat. We are currently getting 185 people loaded on the bar for her. This is 407 pounds. For anyone who is in the gym, this is over 4 plates that she's got on her back. Come on, Annika.
17 years old. None of the earlier lifts have phased her, and so you know, I think she just needs to come in, execute like she has been.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that looked like a warm-up.
She had plenty left in the tank. I don't know about you, but I don't know many 17-year-olds squatting 405, let alone girls doing that. That is so insane to see.
That was a very special lift to see. It was a really good way to close out our first flight. We're going to get the platform ready here for flight 2. Again, we have 3 flights, so we're just going to be rolling one after the other. And we're going to have Madi starting us off here in a second.
All right, it looks like we're having, you know, a little bit technical difficulties with the live streaming pause, but I believe our mics are still going, so we're going to try our best to keep you guys updated based on what we're seeing here. Madi is starting out the second flight with 135 kilos, opening attempt. This is just under 300 pounds.
Oh, wow. It's really a deep squat.
If you blinked, you would have missed that. And that was a good lift for him. All 3 white lights. Up next is Cooper, 167.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
it seems like all these guys, I mean, they're opening above 2 times their body weight. So we're going to keep seeing these big squats. I mean, these are very impressive squats. A lot of these lifters are juniors, sub-juniors, and so a very impressive group of lifters that we're getting here today.
All right, and it looks like we're back just in time for Cooper's opening attempt squat.
Again, taking his time for the unrack there. Very good one-legged squat.
You're right, Mike. It's a good lift for him. All right, we now have 172.5 kilos in the bar for Hugo.
Hugo, a 66 kilo lifter. I mean, this is pretty close to 3 times body weight, I think. Depending on where he's aiming for today, we'll see it, you know, something above a 3 times body weight squat out of him and other lifters.
Oh, wow. He is looking very strong today. Once again, a 66 kilo lifter squatting 172.5 kilos. And up next, another 66 kilo lifter. Looks like he weighed in right on the dot at 66.0. 175 kilos for his opening attempt.
And just by the openers that they have set, Hugo and Henry, well, it looks like they're going to be pretty deep in a battle here. On openers, they are separated by less than 10 kilos. So we'll see where they end up in relation to each other. But we're going to get some other 66 lifters here as well in a second. But right now we've got Henry.
Very clean opener from him. But yeah, you know, as you brought up, it looks like we do kind of have a good little battle between our 66s here. Because shortly after this, we're going to have Zane added into the mix. But up next, we have Nicholas.
Yeah, it's not every day at a local meet that you get this sort of weight class battle. I mean, it's even more rare to get 3 lifters who are this close. So I think it'll be an exciting storyline. We've got Nicholas coming out in the Fortnite singlet. So far, Nicholas is our youngest lifter, 16 years old. He's going to miss there on depth.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2-1 was a no lift for him. You know, speaking of the Fortnite singlet, one thing that I personally love seeing in powerlifting recently is people, you know, using their singlets to have a sense of individuality while they're competing. I think a lot of people don't like wearing a singlet. You know, no one really likes to go put on a skin-tight suit and go lift in it. But you know, all of the different colors and accessories that we might see today to go along with them, and even Fortnite singlets, really allow lifters to have that space of individuality while competing.
Absolutely. I've never seen a Fortnite singlet. After today, I might have to go get one. And we've got Zane here, so he's the other 66 that we mentioned. Oh, wow.
A very fast opening attempt. Let's see what the refs say. Rewind Lights is a good lift.
We are moving on to our last 3 openers of Flight B. We've got Anthony here, 180 kilos.
396 pounds on the bar.
Okay, nice and easy on rack. Oh wow. Shot out of a cannon. I think, yeah, it's 3 white lights. That's a great way to start your day.
Alright, we are upping the bar all the way to 205 kilos for our sub-junior lifter, Roman. Only 17 years old with us today.
17, he's got the old school Inter singlet on. Bit of a sticking point there, but otherwise, a nice opener.
Not exactly concerning for a lot of people to have their opener move like that. Sometimes people just squat a little slower. I've watched some people in the first session who you see their opening attempt, and I might think, how much are they going to add to that? But then they continue to squat at that same speed for the rest of the meet. So definitely can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't judge a lifter by their opener.
We've got our last opening squat of Flight B. We have Thomas walking out to 210 kilos. Thomas is taking his time here. I saw him dunking in the warm-up room earlier. See if he can dunk the squat.
And I think he might have done just that. 3 white lights, I'd say, is equivalent to that.
And we're going to go back to the top with our second attempt squats. Marty's going to come out with 150 kilos. Something I want you guys to look out for while you're watching the live stream is if you're supporting a particular lifter or you're looking at a group of lifters, you see the differences in energy when they come out for these second attempts. That first squat, it's the first attempt of the entire meet, so it can be a bit nerve-wracking. And sometimes people might be a little dejected, they might be a little nervous. But getting to these second squats, everybody knows that this is really what determines where you're going to be on that third squat, the squat that you want to be your biggest lift.
He sinks that and moves it pretty smooth. So I would say from the coach's booth, I'd say you're on plan A today. You're taking what you came here for. All right, up next we have Cooper taking 175 kilos. Kind of like I was talking about with that Fortnite singlet allowing for some individuality. Cooper is rocking that purple SPD singlet, which very stylishly matches the Aspire t-shirt underneath. We said Cooper is taking his time, getting in that headspace, getting wedged under that bar exactly like he wants to be.
Very deep squat. I mean, it's not easy to squat that low. I mean, if you look at how long his femurs are. I've done it twice now, so I'm excited to see what he does on his third.
I'm also very impressed by the hip mobility to, get in that position in the bottom. Coming up next, Mr. Fortnite. He missed his opening attempt on depth, unfortunately. It looked like it was a close call. It was a 2-1. He did get a white light. He just needs to sink it a little bit lower and clear up any confusion from those side refs. Let's go, Nicholas. And that is one of the risks that you face. It looks like he squatted quite a bit deeper than his opening attempt, I would say, but he did fail that on string as a consequence of squatting a little bit lower.
Yeah, and that's one of those ones where he may be able to come back and get that on his third attempt. I think sometimes when you try to make a very big change of how you squat, you can just completely mismanage how you're executing the lift. So it looked like he actually lost a bit of balance there and started to roll forward. And so we'll see if he can just kind of get to the back, calm down, reassess, and try to come out a little bit more focused and ready for this third attempt.
Speaking of focused and ready for this attempt, I would say Henry looks ready. 185 kilos on his back. That jump might have been just a little bit too much for him.
I mean, you brought it up earlier, and so I'm going to mention it now. He waited exactly at 66. I think it's very possible that a weight cut was involved. He got pushed to the absolute limit, and so for what looked like a strong opener, I mean, just to come out and fail on the second, it could be an issue of just some of the after effects of doing a weight cut and sort of how that impacts the body and your performance.
All right, Hugo is upping that weight to 187.5 kilos. Bit of a grind, but he knocks out that pretty large jump. Waiting for those ref calls.
Red lights. Now we have Zane. Now, again, this is the third of the 66s. His opening attempt looked a lot stronger than the others in his class, and I mean, he's coming out with the same demeanor. Takes a big jump. I think this is going to move still. I'm very, very confident in his ability to make this move.
I think I'm starting to see a lot more people get on the very large jumps from first squat to second squat. I think a really easy opening squat attempt can just help clear up a lot of nerves, and then that second attempt can still be something that you are very confident in. And hopefully Zane can demonstrate that for us today.
Very nice.
Like I was talking about, that was a weight that he looked confident in. 2-1. He did get one red for depth, but 2 whites is all he needs for that to be a good lift.
So our last 3 second attempts of Flight B. Anthony with 195 kilos, 430 pounds.
All right, 195 kilos. Let's see it, Anthony.
Oh, wow. So he's got a lot of room for another jump.
All right, 215 kilos for Roman. You made a pretty large jump from that last attempt, well into the 400s now with 474 pounds on the bar for him.
Roman, 17 years old.
It's not every day. Imagine walking into a high school gym and seeing someone squat almost 500 pounds. Waits for that squat command.
Again, hits that sticking point. We mentioned it earlier, but his opener had that same sticking point, and I'll be honest, I think his opener was a little slower, and so it's nice to see someone take that 10-kilo jump and come out and make it even a little faster. We'll see how much room he has, though. You still want to be careful, but I mean, yeah, you should be very impressed with how well he's doing so far. Our last second attempt here, Thomas taking 220 kilos.
All right, the final second attempt of this flight.
Very, very nice attempt.
And just like that, we are back up to the top of the flight for our third attempts.
Now we are on third.
Yeah, Marty has been doing very well so far during this squat session. He took a big jump to his second attempt. It still seemed like it didn't make that much of a difference. So we're taking another jump here. I think he's going to be able to handle this really well, and perhaps even walk out of squat with a lot of room here in the tank, feeling very nice.
All right, hopefully he can start us out strong. Like you said, I agree. I think he's going to get this. He's been looking strong today.
Taking his time here.
He blocked it out. Yeah, I think there was that kind of stumble it looked like he had at that.
Yeah, I think that's one of those unfortunate ones. I mean, he has that little bit of celebration after getting this sticking point. I think he just kind of loses his grace. But, whether it was an up and down or a shift, you are going to get flagged by the judges for that.
All right, just to recap, Nicholas missed his first attempt on squat. Tried to squat a little bit deeper on the second attempt, but missed it on strength. He needs this to post a squat and to register a total. Let's go, Nicholas. And it was always very unfortunate to see. He took that same weight 3 times over. Unfortunately, didn't get it. He will be able to continue on in the meet. He just won't be able to post a total. But he can still stay. He can still bench and deadlift and still come here and do what he came to do.
Yeah, luckily, he's a very young lifter. I mean, it's not anyone's last meet here, I don't think, so there's always the ability to improve in the future. But we've got Cooper here. I think you can hear him in my microphone. He's very animated. He's excited for this lift.
All right, hoping to set us on a little bit better pace. Come on, Cooper. He walked it out. I didn't see any technicality. He gets it. 3 white lights. Our first good third squat of the evening.
Yeah, that that was a great lift.
It's always so amazing to hear the crowd really come together like that, especially when those lights come in, and then you can truly celebrate that lift. Moving on, we have Henry. He made that 10-kilo jump up to 185, but missed it on string. And he's back out from the same weight, has one final attempt at it.
Again, just from our booth, trying to hypothesize as to what happened on the second attempt. We think it could have been related to a weight cut, just feeling strong under the bar, but he had more time to rehydrate, get some water to the system, and see if it makes a difference. Oh my goodness! Yeah, he explodes out of the bottom of the squat. That's 3 white lights.
So much better than the second attempt. It is so amazing to watch a lifter come back from something like that.
Yeah, again, and I don't know the extent to which these guys are competing with each other, but he is in a weight class battle with 2 other lifters, so getting that third attempt squat, that could go a long way as to how the standings shake out at the end of the day.
Hugo has
Hugo here.
190 kilos on his back right now. Let's see it, Hugo. Oh, great catch by those spotters for him. A little bit too much.
It's a tough miss there, but he had a very hard second attempt, and he only elected to go up 2.5 kilos or so. All in all, as long as he's feeling well physically, all he did was, risk 2.5 kilos, so he doesn't really lose much by not getting that lift.
Some could make the argument that if, say, he jumped to 187 on his second and then 190 from there, he could have set himself up a little bit better for that third, but you never really know with stuff like that. Maybe some people don't get as fatigued going into from that last warm-up, so so hard to say if he actually had that on the day, but still very good job walking away with 187.5 kilos. Right now we have Zane with 200 kilos on his back.
Zane made very easy work of his second attempt, and so taking a smaller jump here, I think he's going to handle as well. So yeah, it hits a little bit of that sticking point, but is able to get through it. With a lot of control. He's happy.
All right, next up is 207.5 kilos for Anthony. Energy is high right now after Zane just got that third attempt. Let's see if Anthony can raise that bar even a little bit higher for us.
Last spot of the day. Make it move.
Let's go, Anthony. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, even his third attempt looked like an opener, so I think it's always a good feeling to get out of squat knowing that you have a lot of energy. This has been a very well-run meet so far, but when you're at a powerlifting meet, it's going to be a large portion of the day just sitting there waiting for your turn to lift. It's very important to conserve as much energy as possible when you can. So sometimes when you get out of squats that easily, you're going to have a good day.
Right. We watched Roman show up strong on the squat today so far. He's looking to add just 5 more kilos to that right now. go, Roman. Oh, what a fight! Third squat, 2 light fights, and he gets that as a good lift.
But to finish us out here on Flight B, we're going to get Thomas, 227.5 kilos. That's going to be our first 500-pound squat of the day.
You guys are going to notice, once we pass that 500-pound squat barrier, we're going to get some extra squatters under him. 500-pound squat is no joke, guys. Let's see it, Thomas. Another perfect grind out of him.
Prove yourself, knowing how strong you are, and proving that platform. Great job with that squat. And we are into our final fight.
So we are going to be starting our last flight here. Our last flight of squats. We're going to get CJ King opening us up with 160 kilos.
Let's go,
Let's set a good pace for this flight right now.
Yes!
Looks like he waited for all of his commands in depth, and adjusts quickly. He gets 3 light lights. You know, I would like to point out we're seeing a lot of a higher hit rate in this primetime session than we did this morning. I think a lot of people this morning, it might have been, their first meet before. A lot of people were making some similar mistakes with, technicalities, waiting for the commands, not exactly knowing where depth was. I think a lot of these issues cleared up today, and that's no coincidence. The best lifters of the meet are in this session. That usually comes with some more experience under their belts in the process of getting to be one of the better lifters.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of it too is when you're lifting early in the morning, you're the first group of people in the building, in a way warming up the entire meet. And so, a lot of these lifters, they've had the opportunity to kind of be in the venue, see everyone else lifting, and get a little bit more comfortable. So we expect a lot of very clean performances, as well as just the energy in here has been great. So a lot to draw from to make sure that you have a really good meet. We're going to get Ryan with 180 kilos here.
We're already just shy of 400 pounds for these squatters. On the opening attempts at that. We're going to see some different variations in how these guys squat. Sorry, it was very fast. But Ryan just demonstrated a really great high bar squat for us. So Todd, what's the difference between that high bar versus low bar, and why might lifters do one versus the other?
Yeah, so the high bar position is when the bar is going to be laying right across on top of the tracks. And then the low bar is going to be a little bit of a broader placement range, which is anywhere lower from that place. And so the big reason as to why lifters will opt for one or the other, there's going to be a lot of different factors that go into it, most of all being comfort. But as we see there with Ryan, sometimes when you lift high bar, you keep a much more vertical torso and that helps you, be as explosive as he was. But for others, the bar rests a little easier and is a bit more advantageous to control when it's a little lower on the back. So
It also comes down to, how upright can you actually be while squatting. As someone myself with some longer femurs that pushes my center mass backwards a little bit, I'm not super great at that. My body doesn't like to stay upright when I squat. And so we're going to see some different techniques in all three lifts from all these lifters. That's the great thing about powerlifting is everybody is built differently. All of these lifts can be kind of manipulated to fit everyone best.
yeah, absolutely.
Whether that's your squat position, your bench grip width and arch height, and then your deadlift stance versus conventional. It really is like pretty accessible in terms of how you can make the sport work for you.
And again, this is a prime time session, so across every single flight, you're going to see a hodgepodge of weight classes and divisions. So you're going to see all of the different styles and preferences come out on display. You get Merrick.
And as we saw here, lifters have to make sure that all of their equipment is ready to go before they step on the platform. The only thing you can adjust on the platform is your belt. So those knee sleeves, he just needed to step off the platform to make sure he was ready. And that's one of those reasons too. If we touch on it before, that lifters have 60 seconds to get that start command. So if anything was off, once they call bars loaded, your timer's running. So we've seen some lifters actually, forget their belts, forget their deadlift socks, and if you forget that and your time is running, you have 60 seconds to, pull your knee sleeves up, grab your belt, pull up your socks, anything like that. I've seen everything. I've seen lifters walk out with their singlet half down and they have to pull it up, or they sprint to the back to grab their wrist straps and everything from that.
Yeah, absolutely. In 60 seconds, it can be a bit deceptive both ways. I think it's definitely a lot of time to be patient, but for some of these lifters, you still want to keep a little bit of urgency.
In case something were to go wrong like
Yes,
that, yeah.
absolutely.
As we saw, Gavin just needed to lock those knees out solidly to get that squat command.
And we are halfway done with our opening squats on Flight C. We've got Jonathan coming out to 210 kilos. In the black X7 kit, one of our sponsors for this meet. Oh, goodness.
I looked away for a second and I missed that.
Yeah, he's going to get one there for depth. But otherwise, that was an incredible squat.
Oh, we got another one. 215 kilos.
All right. Roman Schaus is coming out to 215 kilos for his opening attempt.
Is loaded for Roman. Come on, Roman.
Just as an opening attempt should look.
3 white lights.
3 white lights is a good lift for him.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but we are seeing a lot of very nice and easy openers. That's definitely what you want as a powerlifter when you're trying to go through a meet, navigating a 10 selection. You want to give yourself room to make decisions. So starting well is incredibly important.
All right, Daryl Bennett also has 215 kilos for his opening attempt.
As we're seeing, another very easy opener.
Bar is loaded. Here we go.
Things are definitely able to change, but it looks like Daryl is in contention for the best lifter of the meet. I know based on openers, he had the highest forecasted GL points. Like we said, we will watch how everything plays out based on what attempts are actually made, but especially with how that opening attempt looked, things are looking good for him. Kelly just hit a 220 kilo opener, 3 white lights for him.
And we are on to our final opening attempt of the entire meet for squats. We have Brandon. He's gonna start his day off with 237.5 kilos. That's 523 pounds. Biggest squat opener of the day. Here comes Brandon. He's got a special singlet of his own.
We're definitely seeing some stylish singlets pulled out for today.
Very easy.
Let's see what the refs say on that. Yeah, unfortunately, I do agree with that call. He got 2 reds for depth from the side referees. I do think it was borderline. I think he does just, he just squat just a little bit lower, but he 100% has the strength there. That moved very fast. Just a matter of squatting just a little bit lower to get that hip crease below the top of the knee.
And we're going to get going here for our second attempts. CJ King with 170 kilos. We had a very good set of opening attempts. I mean, we know Brandon just missed there. Katie explained why, but it was still a very strong squat. And so I'm confident that even if he makes even a big change as far as how deep he's squatting, I think he's got a lot of strength. A good squat there by CJ.
Yeah, honestly, I'm seeing a lot more green than I feel like I usually do for opening squat attempts. Definitely more green than we were seeing in this morning's session. So pretty happy with how that played out so far, with the one miss being something that moves very fast, and he's already making a jump up from that opening attempt. It looks like Brandon went up 5 kilos from what he took for his opener. But right now we have Jupiter taking 170 kilos for his second attempt. A little bit of a sticking point there. Let's see what the refs say on that. Yeah, I think that yellow was for maybe slightly jumping that rack command. I kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye that it looked like he kind of timed it almost, but the head ref said white and so did the other side refs, so 2 white lights is all that we need for that to be a good lift.
And we have Ryan following him up. Ryan's opener was unbelievably fast, and they respond with a 17.5 kilo jump. So let's see how he approaches this one.
Like we were talking about earlier, our high bar squatter today, very quick out of the hole. It's a little bit of a sticking point at the top, but still very strong. 197 pound, that is a good lift for him. On a good streak so far with these second attempts. Hoping that Alex can keep this going with 212.5 kilos being loaded for him right now.
Alex completely kitted out.
From head to toe, literally, in the A7K, who I know is a big sponsor for Powerlifting America.
A very smooth second attempt.
All right, and this weight is going to be taken for a ride by quite a few people coming up. Up next is Merritt.
And Merrick, one of our taller lifters here, is always really impressive. You see a lot of these very tall lifters, long-limbed lifters. Still extremely flexible, extremely explosive. I think that's going to be a good lift. I spoke too soon. So he's going to get 2 reps there. Again, lifted depth. From my angle, I thought it was close, but obviously the judges have a better vantage point. We're going to see, though, again, when you are feeling strong, you've got room, for that mistake. And so there's a margin for error. We'll see if he is going to come back and just try to repeat the same weight or go up. But you need to maintain that confidence as much as possible. Okay, they're going to go up. So we'll see Merritt come out. We'll take a jump. In the meantime, we've got Gavin. Same weight on the bar.
And that looked like a good lift to me. We'll see what the refs say for him. 2 to 1 is a good lift for him. Still continuing the streak of 212.5 kilo squats. We have Jack Floyd up next. Dripped out in the USA kit from A7 today. It's always cool to see lifters in that singlet proud of their country, proud of what they're wearing, with that Powerlifting America sign in the background. Waiting for those commands, which he gets. It's a big brace.
Just powers through that sticking point. You'll see a lot of these high bar squatters will be very elastic and explosive coming out of the bottom of the squat. They'll hit a little bit of that sticking point right when it's time to finish the extension. But for some people, it feels a lot better to be able to, sort of muscle themselves up through the lift. So you'll see there, just get themselves through the sticking point. We're going to get Jonathan following him up with 222.5 kilos. Yeah, Jonathan, another very explosive opener. It's hard to see how this moves.
We get a better look this time because he hit it so fast the first time I missed it. A fast squat. We'll see what the refs say on it. Yeah, unfortunately that was a little high. I know his first attempt, it was a good attempt. Needs to squat a little bit lower there. He looks strong. His squat did not slow down one bit there. But he does just need to squat it just a little bit lower for that third attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on his opening squat, I believe he actually got one red in the process, and so it's just again one of those things where the margins are very close, and he might have felt a bit safe, cut it a little bit, and it ended up costing him, but he's gonna go up anyways.
Knocks that out.
We're gonna have our last 3-second attempts here. Daryl's coming out, 230 kilos, takes a 15-kilo jump after his opener. Again, had an incredible opening squat. He's looking strong. Right, make sure it's controlled all the way through and just explodes when he needs to. And we'll have our last 2 squats here, second attempt squats. Kelly with a 12.5-kilo jump into the second attempt. Again, we've got very tall lifters here. I can't even tell you how many notches on the combo rack that is, but he is towering over the entire platform.
And the crowd is already getting wild for these second attempt squats. That's a good lift for Kelly. Now, to recap, Brandon is one of the stronger squatters in this fight. Locked out 237.5, got a 2-to-1 call on depth. Decided to go up 5 kilos. I'm sure his plan was not to go up 5 kilos from first to second attempt, but it's one of those things where you can weigh, like, okay, how do I kind of stick to my plan, add a little bit more weight, but something that won't really feel much heavier on my back. So 242.5 kilos is on the bar for him right now. Just needs to squat a little bit deeper. Let's go. Come on, Brandon. Find where that depth is.
He's got the strength.
I would say that looked a lot better than his first attempt. We'll see what the refs call on that. And that is 3 red lights.
Alright, we are on to our third attempt of squat. This is the last squat that we will see.
We are down to our last set of attempts here for squat.
Starting us off is Jupiter with 175 kilos for his third and final attempt. Let's go, Jupiter. Start us out strong on these final squat attempts of the entire meet.
175 squat.
Got no knee sleeves, no belt. This is the definition of a raw squat.
A little bit too much, you know. He only made a 5-kilo jump from that second to third attempt. You know, some lifters don't even want to make that 2.5 jump on squat, especially because it's only 5 pounds. And if 5 kilos wasn't there, who's to say 2.5 was? He's still walking away with 170 kilo squat today.
We've got CJ taking 177.5 kilos. He's had a good session so far.
You know, as a lifter, getting that third squat attempt, honestly, is just one of the best feelings. It sends you up just so low going onto bench, carrying that high momentum with you.
Got Ryan here. And expect to see him explode out of the bottom. Don't hit that sticking point. We'll just see if he can power through it. Oh my goodness!
That was faster than the second attempt. Oh my gosh. He didn't slow down one bit. 3 white lights. All right, we watched Merrick miss his second attempt on depth. Decided to go up 7.5 kilos from here and attempt 220 for his third. You know, this is one of those situations where he weighed the pros and cons. He still wants to attempt 220, knowing the risk. I would say that worked out well for him. We'll see what the refs say.
I think it's going to pay off.
And that's a good lift for him. He looked pumped after that. You know, missing a second attempt squat is very nerve-wracking, knowing that you could potentially walk away with only your opener, especially when you're making a jump from there. But it worked out well for him. I'm so happy to see that.
And it's like he never missed, you know?
Exactly. All right, Jack has 220 kilos for his third attempt. It was a great grind on that squat from him. 2 to 1 is a good lift.
Okay, we're going to get Jonathan. Again, he had a very, very easy opener. Maybe one of the most impressive openers, but after taking a jump to his second attempt, just missed in the eyes of every single judge with regards to depth. And so he still elected to go up 2.5 kilos. Again, the second attempt moved very
fast.
easily, yes. So we're going to see if he can just get a little lower Again, the focus really is going to be about the control. We don't want to see him change too much.
And it looks like he adjusted his form a little bit from that second attempt. Oh, he got the white from the center ref, but a 2-1 with 2 reds is still a no lift, unfortunately. He does walk away with that opening attempt of 210 kilos though. 225 kilos is on the bar waiting for Gavin. Clock is ticking for him. Let's go, Gavin. Great catch by those spotters. Alright, and we are adding a chip to the bar for Alex up to 227.5.
So it looks like this is a milestone lift for him. He takes a bigger jump from the second to the third, then from his opener to his second. This is 501 pounds, so usually on a power team when that happens, these guys are shooting for the milestones. This is going to be a 500-pound squat.
No, when 500 pounds is in reach, even if the plan might have made more sense to go 225, for some guys, it doesn't make sense to not load 500 flat.
And it really depends on the goals of the lifter. I mean, some people may have total goals for the entire day, but others, they might just want the one lift.
Two white lights is all he needs.
He's very excited. And we're excited for him. We've got Roman coming up, 237.5 kilos. This is 523 pounds.
Hoping to keep some of that energy up from Alex's last squat. 237.5 kilos for Roman.
Oh, wow. That's Roman. He's got house in his name for a reason. He's built like one. Very nice way to start the day. And we have our last 3 squats of the entire meet. We're going to start here with Daryl. He's got 529 pounds loaded on the bar.
Alright, let's go, Daryl. Like I was saying earlier, this squat will put him, I think, just below one other lifter for best. Can he walk it out? right, and like I said, it looks like it's a fight between Daryl and Anthony from the previous fight for best lifter of the meet by IPF points. We still have bench and deadlift to go, and who knows how those attempts are going to play out. But up next, we have Kelly squatting 245 kilos for his third attempt.
Bar is loaded for Kelly. Let's see it. Come on,
Kelly's coming out. One of the tallest lifters I have ever seen. I'm not sure if there's anyone in the state of Wisconsin that could spot him where he needs to be, but we're going to keep him safe here. He doesn't even need the spotters.
He locked that out. And that is a good lift for him. All right, so we had a little bit of a comeback story with Brandon here. He missed 237 on a 2-to-1 call for depth. Came back for that second attempt, and maybe the 5 kilo jumps were the plan for him. You know, he jumped 5 kilos to the second attempt and is jumping another 5 to the third attempt here with 247.5. So, you know, maybe missing on depth didn't even phase him all that much.
And really, after you have that bit of a scare on your opener, I think it makes sense to not be conservative per se as far as what you're voting, but you want to give yourself the best chance possible.
He has a lot of fans out in the crowd here today.
Come on, nice and easy.
Walks it out with a smile. 3 white lights. All right, guys, that wraps up squats for the day here. Right now, what we're going to do is these spotters and lifters are going to get the platform ready for bench, but don't go anywhere. There's going to be a 10-minute intermission, and then we will be back and ready for some bench pressing. All right, I will see you guys in just a little bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. Our 10-minute timer is just now running down. Spotters and loaders and referees are about to assemble back onto the platform, and then bar will be called loaded for Surya. She is going to open us out with a 60-kilo bench, which starting the fight out with a 60-kilo bench is no joke for these women.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, she weighed in at 60.6 kilos, and this is 60 kilos. So starting off right at body weight and only going up after a very impressive benchmark. Start the entire fight out.
And as you guys probably witnessed, the bench press has 3 different commands: start, press, and rack. Tom, do you want to talk a little bit about these commands?
Yes, I can. So when the lifter takes the platform and gets set up on the bench, when they unrack, they're going to get 3 commands. So the initial command is going to be the start. That is to bring the bar to the chest. Now, once the bar has been brought to the chest, and is at a full pause, the head rep will command them to press. So this standardizes the amount of time that lifters are having the bar paused on their chest. And then once they have completely extended with the press, the head rep will once again finish with a rack command. So it's very important on the bench press, in comparison to the other 2 lifts, to be very focused and patient, because you're relying a lot on an outside party for you to perform the actual lift to the specifications of the competition.
And one somewhat recent rule change that we're seeing implemented here today is that lifters need to hit depth in the bench press. So that is described as the elbow going below the top of the shoulder. So if you guys see a red card on red today, that is what that could potentially mean. All right, 77.5 kilos is on the bar for Araceli.
Araceli took a big jump to her third squat. Unfortunately missed it. So what we want to see here, especially after missing the third squat, we want to see 3 clean lifts, try to make up for that miss, and really just build momentum again. I think it's very important as you look to finish your day to have as much energy as possible, right? So a lot of that can come from just the ease, peace of mind of getting 3 clean lifts. We'll see how everyone progresses through this session. Now, one thing to note about this flight, we're going to get one more lifter at the end. We have an equipped bench-only lifter, so you're going to see very, very big bench presses to close out this flight.
Julian is also taking 77.5 kilos. One thing that I always think is so interesting to watch in the bench press is how differently people are leveraged for the lift. So, for example, Julian, the previous lifter we just saw, had some pretty long arms. So, his bench press is, he's only taking 77.5 on bench, but it looks like he is definitely one of the stronger deadlifters in this flight. which those long arms actually help him out in that lift. So it's kind of a give and take in powerlifting for your leverages sometimes. Annika does not need an unrack on that bench, and she smoked her 80-kilo opener.
Olympia Cynthia here is going to be our heaviest women's raw bench opener. Very impressive at her body weight. She's opening 20 kilos above her body weight. An impressive mark.
She makes it look easy. 3 white lights for her. All right, Dominic is taking 85 kilos for his opening attempt. And this is going to be the last raw lifter of the flight today. And we are now going to take that bar all the way up to 130 kilos for Katie. She is an equipped bench only open lifter.
And if you're not familiar with the different distinctions in powerlifting, what it means when someone is equipped is they are going to wear supportive equipment, which essentially increases the ability of the joints themselves to perform the lift. And so the focus here really is not about the exact strength expression. It's about putting as much load on the body as possible and challenging the lift to be able to control it. So we're going to see here it's going to be a bit of a different process. Katie's going to have to fight both to not only just to press the bar, but in this case she's going to actually have to pull the bar herself because she's going to have to fight the suit.
Very well said. And behind her in that coach's booth is another equipped bench-only lifter, Jeremy, who it looks like she came here with. We watched him in the morning session, had that same struggle to reach that bar down to his chest, but Katie doesn't have that issue, it seems, and she gets a bench on the board, which, for some equipped lifters is a struggle in itself. So it's really great to see her hitting that huge 130-kilo bench press. And don't get it confused, just because she has that supportive suit does not mean that she can't bench on her own. I'm sure she is a very strong lifter without that supportive suit on her. All right, we are back up to the top of the flight. Surya taking 67.5 kilos for her second attempt.
Bit of a big jump within this weight range. Started the opener really pretty well, so we're going to see how well this goes. Just very slow at the end, which it was a bit predictable just because of the weight of the arm. What they decided to do on the third pitch. A bit tough to make a decision there.
It looks like Surya and Olivia are actually matching, both rocking that lavender A7 singlet.
Olivia unfortunately missed 2 squats, so it can be a bit nerve-wracking for a lifter to start their day 1 for 3, but no better way to respond than going 6 for 6. Because here the setup is very nice and controlled.
She locked out 72.5. See what the refs say. 3 white lights is a good lift. Araceli is up next with 82.5 kilos for her second attempt. And refs say, just a moment while we wait on those lights. And refs say that was a good lift for her. All right, Julian is going to be up next with 82.5 kilos, taking the same weight for her second attempt.
Julian been doing very well so far. Only missed his 3rd squat.
And that is a good lift for him. All right, Annika is now going to take 87.5 kilos for her second attempt. Very strong bencher today. All right, up next is Cynthia. It looks like Cynthia is currently in the lead for forecasted IPF wins for the best female lifter of the meet. Shortly behind her, though, is Annika, and these are just based on their squat, bench, and current deadlift openers. So once again, very subject to change, but Cynthia is about to attempt 90 kilos for her second attempt. Looking pretty strong today, I'd say. 3 white lights.
We got Dominic here. What's 95 kilos. So Dominic, I think, only entered into the open, but he's actually 16 years old, so he is the youngest lifter.
Yeah, so even though some of these lifters, underneath their name, it says junior and sub junior, even if you are in age division category, you can still register as an open lifter like Dominic seemingly did. 16 years old, benching over 200 pounds.
And the important thing to note, I think, as to why he registered in the open, he's got a weight class battle here today. He's a bit ahead right now through the subtotal, but yeah, him and Julian, they are battling for the 51 kilo open first place position. We will bring that around as we progress through the meet. Right now, we've got Katie coming out to 140 kilos. He's a 308-pound bench press.
All right, and like we were saying before, this might just be a little bit of a struggle to actually touch the chest, but she gets it down, locks it up. And that is a good lift for her. And sometimes even as you add more weight as an equipped lifter, it can actually make it easier to get the weight down and slingshot it back up from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you need enough weight to fight the elastic qualities of the suit itself. And so a lot of times you'll see equipped lifters go up and it actually gets much easier for them.
All right, we are on to our third bench attempts for this flight. 160 pounds for Surya. So she locked it out. We're gonna wait for the ref's call there. Yeah, so not only did we see a little bit of a downward motion, but her butt did come off the pad there. Still so amazing to lock that weight out. I'm sure that's still a really big personal win for her. But as far as the actual competition goes, that number won't actually count, and she'll walk away with a 67.5 kilo bench today.
We got Olivia on the platform with 75 kilos. Yeah, missed 2 squats earlier, so it would be big for her day to just go 2 for 3 here. Took the minimum increment 2.5 kilos into the split attempt.
Really taking her time getting set up under that bench. Bench can be such a technical lift if you make it one. Slow, but she locked it out. 2-1, that's a good lift. I think her glutes might have come off the pad a little bit there, but only 1 red for that. It's pretty hard to be a ref, especially for the bench, because they're looking at so many things. They're looking at their depth, which as a side ref can be pretty hard to judge. They're looking at the glutes to make sure they don't come up. They're looking at the feet to make sure they stay flat, and they're looking at the motion of the bar to make sure it doesn't go down at all. Araceli unfortunately did not lock out 87.5.
got Julian up. Now, I mentioned earlier on Dominic's second attempt that he is in a weight class battle, so Julian has a higher opening step there. It's going to be very important for her to get this.
That's a good look for Julian there. All right, so these ladies are already benching into the 200 pounds now. Up next, we have Annika taking 92.5 kilos. This is just shy of 205. 203 pounds.
Had a perfect day so far. Everything has been very easy, so I don't expect anything different here.
We saw it slow down a little bit from her second attempt, but it looked good, and the refs agree. And now Cynthia opted for the 5-kilo jump up to her third attempt. 95 kilos. This is 209 pounds for the 63-kilo lifter.
Cynthia, 5 for 5.
Let's go, Cynthia. How bad do you want this third attempt?
Maintain their perfect streak.
She locked it out. We'll see what the refs say on that. 3 white lights for her. $97.5 kilos is on the bar for Dominic. 215 pounds. Oh, a little bit too heavy for him today.
Luckily, he's coming up 2.5 kilos. Not the biggest loss as far as people know. See what you can put together. You can take that place to get age and not really talk about it. But right now, we're going to head to the platform. We got 12.5 kilos. 336 pounds. That's a big bench press.
Right, and she's already 2 for 2. Let's see if she can get this third attempt. A bigger jump than what she made from her opener. But like we said, sometimes with equipped lifters, the heavier it gets, the easier it gets for them. So we will see how this goes. Let's go, Katie. She locked it out. We'll wait for the ref's call. 3 white lights. That is so amazing to watch an equipped lifter go 3 for 3 on bench like that. She's got to be happy. That is the last we will see of Katie, actually. She just came out for bench, and that's all she's doing today. But we are jumping into our second flight now. Back up to the top with openers. We have Madi starting us out with 95 kilos.
a similar story with a couple other lifters, but Lottie unfortunately finished his squat position on the wrong note. You can see his legs had a bit of a misstep in celebration. It's not working yet. Really want to say that I'm going to go for it. Setting the stage, and strong so far. We've got Nicholas coming up. So Nicholas is 16 years old. I believe Nicholas was 16. Unfortunately, bombed out on squat, but he is still able to finish the day. And when you're doing a meet prep and everything, you might not be able to post a total or podium from the competition, but you still want to see the meet. So you still want to see the rewards of your prep. He's going to continue here. It's the bench press and the deadlift.
Locks out the opening bench. And that's a good lift for him. Which, that's so great to see. You know, squat didn't exactly go his way like you were saying, but gets that first bench on the board, and hopefully, you know, that gets you a little bit better of a mood to finish out the rest of the week.
And so we have Cooper coming out. A lot of energy was being brought to the platform by Cooper. A very exciting lifter to watch. We'll see how he transitions to the bench press. Just a very long lifter overall, and so every little detail is going to be very important as far as the setup goes.
You know, we're going to see lots of different techniques used for the bench, like we were talking about with squat. You know, with someone like him with such long legs, you know, they're going to want to place them usually like pretty far out in front of them. You know, we might see some people try and tuck their legs pretty hard underneath them. There's lots of different techniques. None of them are wrong or right. It's all just what works best for each lifter.
248 pounds. Loaded.
All right, Henry has 112 kilos for his opening attempt. You know, a little bit shaky on the. Oh, unfortunately, 2 yellows.
Yeah, it looked like from our angle, I thought I saw his butt come up. Or was it his feet?
I didn't quite catch exactly what it was. A yellow is kind of a catch-all, so it could have been either or.
Also, 248 pounds.
All right, Roman is opening up at 112.5 kilos as well. Woo! Just like an opener should look. And now, Tom, we see a couple of different lifters use belts versus no belts on bench. What do you think some of the reasoning is on that?
Yeah, so as always, it starts off with lifter preference, but the biggest thing is if you're a more flexible lifter who can arch a little bit more, a lot of times you might opt to not use a belt just to kind of maximize the amount of leverage that you get on the pad. Otherwise, for a lot of lifters, the belt actually gives them a lot of stability, and so prioritizing the feeling of being tight, like all of your muscles are working together, and you can really stimulate that feeling and support the position you're trying to create.
Hugo just took 115 kilos for a spin on his opener.
And we're gonna get Zane following him up with the same weight. Zane, Hugo, and Henry, they're all in that battle in the 66 kilo class. Really, with how close everyone is as far as attempts go, it's gonna come down to who makes the most attempts. And so Zane here is gonna look to kind of just continue with his lead.
It's always interesting to watch the spread between lifters and how that plays out. Zayn only opened 5 kilos heavier than Hugo on squat, but he ended up 12.5 kilos on top just from the jumps that they made versus the attempts that were actually made. And so that's how, the placings that people are projected in based off of openers definitely does not set anything in stone. Right, Thomas has 117.5 kilos for his opening bench.
And we are down to our last opening bench on flight 2. We've got Anthony opening up with 132.5 kilos. This is a very, very strong bench press for this weight class, for this body weight. It's just right under 2.5 times body weight, which is a very, very big press. He's made everything today look very easy. I'm expecting the same thing here.
Yeah, just taking his time. You'll notice on bench press, a lot of these lifters, they're going to actually take a lot more of the allotted 60 seconds. Very nice press.
A very speedy opener from Anthony. And that takes us up to second attempts for this flight. $102.5 kilos for Madi. This is just over 2 plates at 226 pounds.
Bar is loaded. Every big pro knows this number right here.
Very smooth attempt. That's 3 white lights.
All right, we watched Henry miss his opening attempt of 112. It looked like he got 2 yellow cards from the rest. He's back out to retake that weight, which I think is a very good call on his part. Bar is loaded for him. And if I were in his position, I'd say it's really important to make sure that you talk to those refs and figure out what that call was that you got those red cards for, so that you know exactly what it is you need to fix. $112.5 kilos. This is 248 pounds.
If you're at home, I would look out for where his butt and feet are placed and how they. I mean, from my angle, it looks like his butt just comes up right again, and that's what he's going to get called for.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did see that at the time. It looks like something that, maybe if you're a little bit more conservative with that opening bench to make sure that it's something you can move very well every time and not struggle on, because a lot of times, that butt comes up when you start to struggle.
It can be a hard thing to fix, I think, in the heat of the meet.
Yeah, it's not quite as easy as squatting a little bit lower, waiting for commands.
But he's going to have to do it if he wants to stay in the meet. So we'll come back around and see what his approach will be.
Nicholas is taking 112.5 for his second attempt. Oh. Unfortunate, but he does still have his opening bench on the board. So he can still come back to retake that 112 for his third attempt. All right, this is 253 pounds that Cooper has on the bar here. He's really taking his time getting set up. It's really important when you're at this level to dial in everything that you can, lift exactly like you do in training. It's a good lift. He did use up the majority of that 60-second timer, but when you're at that level and you know that your setup is competition legal, you really can use up those 60 seconds and know that you're not going to get that replace command most of the time.
Yeah, for a lot of lifters, the setup is going to be everything on the bench press, especially. So using all the time to just make sure everything is set up correctly, it can make or break your entire lift, right? So we want the lifters to take as much time as they need so they can perform their best.
All right, 264 pounds is Hugo's second attempt here. Locks it out.
We might lie. Very good lift.
Coming out at 122.5 kilograms, 270 pounds on the bar. Here we go, Zane.
Right, Zane is having a pretty good day so far. Went 3 for 3 on squat. He's now out for his second bench attempt of 270 pounds, 122.5 kilos.
Three white lights, very good push. We'll see what he does here. Again, it's hard to gauge the extent that these guys are engaged in this weight class battle, but I think he's going to want to capitalize on this lead here. He's definitely got to step ahead of the other 66 kilo lifters. So I could see him taking a conservative jump here, make sure he just stays and keeps the lead. But we'll see what happens on the next round of benches. In the meantime, we've got Roman coming up. So far, 4 for 4. Had a very strong opener. See if he can extend his perfect streak.
Another very easy second attempt from him. Thomas is 130 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. 286 pounds.
Very strong off the chest. And that is 3 white lights. He's going to stay perfect. Building towards overall perfect day. So we'll see what they decide. They took a really big jump first to second. I think there's still room to go, but it depends on whatever you're comfortable with. So he's deliberating with his coach right now. We'll see what he puts in. But in the meantime, we've got Anthony coming out, 142.5 kilos. This is just under, I believe, 2 times body weight. It is 314 pounds, so about 3 plates in your local gym.
Alright, he locks it out. We can see that, he was a little shaky as he locked it out. But there is, a caveat in the rules to say that even though the legs or arms are shaking when you lock it out, there's a difference between being locked out and shaking versus just being shaky there and calling that not locked out. So that's a good lift for him, but it was a good demonstration of kind of what that can look like. All right, we're starting out our third attempts now with Madi, 105 kilos. This is 231 pounds.
A nice and controlled third. He gets 3 white lights. I think overall a really good way to rebound from how his squat session ended. We'll be excited to see him come back around for deadlifts, but right now we're going to get focused to Henry. So Henry is 0 for 2 on the bench press. Both times his butt has come up during the press itself. He's gotten called for it, and so we need to see him execute the lift and really keep his butt on the pad.
He needs this to be able to post a total in the meet today. This is his final attempt at this weight. Let's go, Henry. refs say on that? Yeah, so I think he might have jumped the press command. Actually, it seemed like he tried to time it with the ref to, minimize that time in the pause to be able to, maximize the strength to keep the butt down. But unfortunately, it didn't really work out in his favor there. He did not get a bench press, but he can still continue on and deadlift if he chooses to. And now Nick missed his second attempt of 112 on strength and is back out for another attempt at it on his third attempt.
He's had a tough day so far. You want to see him come back and get this bench attempt.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't get off the chest. It looked like he was, not exactly stable on the chest when he brought it down. Maybe a little bit longer of a press than he might have been anticipating there. But he did get that 107.5 kilo bench opener. And now coming up, we have Cooper. 5 for 5 so far, 120 kilos for his third attempt. I think it's no coincidence that a lot of these lifters that are being handled by Aspire Strength Systems Troy, aka one of the meet directors himself, are having a good day so far. We saw that in first session. We're seeing it again in second session. Hopefully Cooper can keep up that streak of 9 for 9 days for some of these lifters.
Cooper has been a very exciting lifter to watch. He's bringing a lot of energy every single attempt.
Really taking his time, using up the 60 seconds he has to get the start command. A little bit too much for him. Still walking away with 115 kilos towards his bench press.
I mean, doesn't look too upset walking off, and that's a very important statement to take in. You definitely want to be in a clear headspace going into deadlifts as well as just feeling good physically. So it's good to see him fail and so that they emotionally rebound almost immediately. We've got Hugo coming up here. So after Henry bombed out earlier, it's really a two-horse race for the 66 kilo class. It's Hugo and Zane coming up after this. I mean, I think he's going to get it here, and that's going to be very important as well as this weight class battle. So we're going to see how Zane responds. It's going to be really important for him to lock this attempt in, but it's really all going to come down to deadlift, so it'll be a very exciting session.
And I'm sure the crowd really speaks for itself. I do not doubt that you guys can hear it on these mics and how loud everyone here is for these lifters. People are getting hyped for Zane's 125 kilo third bench attempt. Another grind. And that is a good lift for Zane. 6 for 6 so far.
We've got our last 3 bench attempts for Flight B. Everyone coming up here has had a perfect day so far. So, you know, we want to see them extended all the way through the bench press, going into the deadlifts, and we're going to start with Roman.
– 130 kilos for his third attempt. Let's go, Rowan. I am loving these third bench times we've been getting from these guys. Another 3 highlights. Moving the weight up to 135 kilos. This is just shy of 300 pounds. Oh.
And we have our final bench press of Flight B coming up. We've got Anthony 5 for 5, as we mentioned. A bit shaky as far as actually maintaining the weight, but he's had no issues lifting, so I think he's going to be able to handle this third attempt pretty well. This is up more than 2 times his body weight, so extremely impressive lifting.
Hopefully he can finish this fight out strong. Let's go, Anthony. That looks like another good third bench attempt to me.
And that will take us into the last flight of bench presses for the day. The spotters and loaders are going to get the bar ready for Jupiter, and we will start with 102.5 kilos.
All right, bars loaded for Jupiter. 102.5 kilos on the bar. This is 226 pounds.
Here we go. Jupiter, 225
Just like an opener should look like. One red, it looks like for depth from the head referee. Alright, we watched Jonathan, have a few bumps in his squat attempts with some squat depth, but he's back out and ready to crush bench with 105 kilos for his opener.
This is our bigger flight, and so you're going to see very, very long ranges of motion running across the board here this flight. So it'll be an interesting aspect to see the lifters sort of combat and plan around, right? It'll be really hard to gauge the sorts of jumps they're taking. A lot of these guys are just showing up extremely strong today, so we'll see how much of a difference it makes.
All right, bars loaded for Brandon. In a moment.
Got Brandon in this beautiful Wisconsin themed singlet, representing the entire state of Wisconsin.
I love some good state pride. 2 highlights is a good lift for him. You gotta get an Indiana singlet. All right, Mark has 110 kilos for his opening attempt. This is 242 pounds. All right, let's go, Merrick. Three highlights is a good lift for him. And now, like me. One other thing I want to point out that we see a lot of lifters doing differently. Some choose to wear wrist straps in the bench, and some don't. This is totally up to lifter preference. I think more often than not, lifters do choose to wear wrist straps. I'm someone who actually doesn't use wrist straps anymore on bench. Tom, what do you think of that as a lifter or as a coach if you opt to use them yourself?
Yeah, so when we're thinking about wrist straps and the role of the wrist in the bench press, really the big two big things that's going to make a difference for a lifter is how supported they want to feel and how much they're sort of like contorting and twisting their wrist to get a good grip on the bench. And so for some lifters like Jack, he feels supported enough to really just go free without wrist straps. And that lets him get the best possible contact on the bench, as much as possible, right? But other lifters, when they have it in their hands, they want their joints to be as supported as possible, and that makes them feel strongest. So it really depends on where the lifter is. I've gone back and forth personally. I think it does end up becoming a bit of preference and experimentation. There's not really one way or another to determine, what's going to work best for somebody.
And one thing that lifters don't always realize is that any equipment that you can wear for one lift, excluding equipped lifting, you can wear for all 3 attempts. So, some lifters don't realize that you can bench in a belt or that you can deadlift in knee sleeves and wrist straps. It's not as common sometimes, but some lifters do opt to use that. And it's whatever works best for each person.
Very easy opener for Devin.
All right, CJ is opening us up with 125 kilos. Three white lights for CJ. All right, Kelly has 127.5 kilos on the bars. This is about 281 pounds. All right, we are into the 300 pounds with 137.5 kilos. This is 303 pounds on the bar.
Alex is one of our more hype lifters after the squat session. Really filled the room with all of his energy and excitement, and so we'll see what he brings on the bench press. Even for the most excitable lifters, you really do, lifters emphasize being calm. Really, at the very least, just so they can hear the head ref, and so we'll see what sorts of energy he's able to bring in the bench press session.
All right, 314 pounds, or 142.5 kilos for Roman. At a lot of local meets, the bench press, the room calms down a little bit. But that really hasn't been the case here today. And I'm pretty excited to see how everyone's going to turn up for the final benches today. Because especially in the first session, the crowd and the lifters were still loud and still excited throughout the entire meet. All right, Daryl is opening up at 145 kilos. This is 319 pounds. Three white lights for Daryl. One other rule in the bench press I want to highlight is there needs to be a couple different points of contact on the pad. So the head is supposed to stay down on the pad, as well as the glutes need to stay in contact with the pad, and the feet need to stay flat on the floor. So what this usually looks like is when someone is pressing, they might kind of like lean their head forward and their head pops off the bench. When they're grinding with their leg drive, their glutes might pop off the bench a little bit. And sometimes as well, they might kind of push through their toes and let their heels come off the ground a little bit. So as long as all of those points of contact remain, can very likely be a good lift. There's a couple other different rules that need to stay checked off, but hopefully Jupiter can demonstrate a good bench for us today. And 3 white lights from him.
We've got Jonathan coming up. He's going to take a 10-kilo jump to 115 kilos. Again, we mentioned it before. He's shown up really strong today. I think there's a lot of times you're watching a meet and just watching how a lifter is lifting. You can tell that they prepped well. They showed up strong. Just had a couple mishaps on squat, and so you want to see him do well here. He has a weird lockout on bench. Only one ref is going to call for that, so 2 white lights. That's a good lift.
Same weight is staying on the bar for Merrick, 115 kilos or 253 pounds. A little bit of a sticking point as he knocks it out, but he does. 3 white lights is a good lift for him. All right, we're adding that chip to the bar for 117.5 kilos. That's 216 pounds.
Yeah, Brandon is definitely a local favorite here. I mean, again, he's got the custom Wisconsin singlet on. A lot of friends and family around, so.
A little bit of a fan base back in the coach's box for him right now.
He's making me a fan.
Oh. A little bit too much for the Wisconsin boy. But same way as staying on the bar for Ryan.
Oh! Okay, really good catch there by the Spartans and Motors. You see, it looked like the bar starts to roll forward as Ryan was looking to drop out the bench press. And so we'll see. I think he could probably retake that, but
Exactly why it's so important, to have those face savers in place and to have spotters and loaders, even if it's a weight that, you feel confident enough to maybe take for a second attempt. And it looks like it might have been just a technical error because he did decide to go up from that for his 3rd attempt. Gavin is taking 120 kilos. And that is a good lift for him. All right, Jack is also taking the 120 kilos for a second bench attempt.
Jack keeping it smooth as he has all day. Has a good bit of room for that third, and they're taking a nice measure to jump to 127.5. So I think he's been doing a good job pacing all day, and I feel like that'll extend through the bench press. So we'll see. We've got Kelly coming up with 132.5 kilos. And very long lifter, very tall lifter. So what we want to see is a very clean transition after he comes off his chest. Just want to make it as easy as possible to lock out the bar.
You know, you're saying he might be one of the tallest squat rack heights. He might also be one of the tallest bench rack heights I've seen. All right, we are approaching the 300-pound bench mark with 135 kilos. This is 297 pounds. One yellow card from the side ref, but that is a good lift. All right, and like I was saying, we are into the 300 pounds now. We have 147.5. That's 325 pounds. A slow but steady second attempt. It's a good lift for Alex.
And we are down to the final two second attempt bench presses of the meet. We've got Roman Schaus.
150 kilos on the bar right now for him. A little bit too big of a jump for him. He does have one more attempt at it though.
And our last second attempt of the meet for bench press is Daryl. He's had a wonderful day so far. Took a 10-kilo jump to 155. This is 331 pounds. Again, been doing really well all day. Want to see him extend this through this attempt. Right now, he is battling for best overall lifter.
And that was a good lift for him. And he does have one more bench attempt. You know, if I had to guess, I would say he's going to go for the minimum 2.5 kilo jump on that. And we'll see if he has that today. But we are now moving into the final bench attempts of the entire meet. Jupiter is starting us out with 110 kilos. This is 242 pounds. Locks it out. You know, 3 white lights for him. It was a little interesting to see him get a red for depth on his opening attempt. I wonder, you know, if he really adjusted his technique, because it does look like he sunk that one into him a little bit. So I wonder if there was a bit of a technique change there that happened because of that call, or if it's kind of, you get one red, you know, do you keep going with the same technique, or do you try to adjust it on the fly?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not too dissimilar from squat depth, but for some of these guys who lay a little flatter on the bench and have longer arms, it can be hard to meet the requirements of the bench depth rule. And so, you know, sometimes a small adjustment, something as little as sinking it a little deeper onto the chest, I mean, it can make the difference. Yep, Merrick. Up the chest while he's fighting. We're going to see if the judges think that was clean, and they do.
We're starting the fight out strong. 2 for 2 on the first third bench attempts. Now we watched Brandon miss 117.5 kilos on strength on his second attempt, but he's back out for another shot at it.
Got in that custom Wisconsin singlet. Fighting. Unfortunately, just travels across the body a little too much, loses control of it, and the spotters are going to grab that from him to keep him safe. So he'll be able to come back during the deadlift event. I don't think he's too upset, but you know, he will be looking to rebound.
All right, 120 kilos for Jonathan's third bench attempt. Looks like he's having, you know, hopefully a better time in bench than he had in squat. 264 pounds. Yeah, a little bit too much. You know, it looked like he was kind of unstable on the chest as he brought it down. That could be something to definitely, you know, lock that in your training after to get that quicker press command. You know, I think if he did get a quicker press command, he could have locked that out. But at the same time, in order to earn a quicker press command, you have to be stable once you touch the chest there. But same way is on the bar for Ryan. He missed 117 and decided to go up to 120. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Must have just been some weird, I don't even know what caused the bar to, you know, roll out of his hands the way it did on his second attempt, but looks like he figured it out. All right, Gavin has 127.5 kilos for his third bench attempt.
Like a bit of a bobble setting up, but he gets in the right position. Oh yeah, it's not going to affect him at all.
Up next, Safeway is Jack.
All right, Jack's taking the same weight, 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. The perfect bench grind there. 3 white lights.
Yeah, he's setting himself up to have a perfect day. So, just been really fun to watch Jack lift. And I think he'll bring the same sort of approach to deadlifts.
Let's go, Steve!
All right, CJ is benching 137.5 kilos. Yeah, a little bit too heavy there, but he only made a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, so no kilos lost out there for him.
We've got 4 more bench presses in the entire meet. We've got Kelly coming out to 140 kilos. Just 308 pounds.
All right, this is just about 3 plates on the bar for him right now. Very smooth on the way up. Good lift for Kelly. All right, watch Roman miss 150 kilos on his second attempt. Back out to try it again. One final chance at it as we're wrapping up our bench presses for the day. All right, let's go, Roman. Wow! After missing it on the second attempt, he came back and got his 3 white lights. All right, same weight is staying on the bar for Alex. Like Tom was saying earlier, he brought some energy on his third squat. Let's see if he can bring it with his third bench attempt. 150 kilos on the bar for him. And his second attempt was pretty hard, so that was a good grind for the third. 2 to 1 is a good lift. All right, final bench press of the entire meet. Daryl has 157.5 kilos on the bar. £347.
Lock in!
Oh my gosh. Let's see what the refs say. Yeah, so that same ref did call for downward motion, but 2 side refs said it was good, so that is a good lift for him.
All right, we are going to prepare the platform for the deadlift. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we will be back with our last lift of the day.
All right, everybody. Our 10-minute break is up, and Olivia is opening up this deadlift session with 125 kilos. That's 275 pounds. She locks it out. Looking like we're going to have a good start to deadlifts today. 3 white lights for her. All right, coming up next, the bar is loaded for Cynthia 130 kilos for her opening attempt. I did notice she actually upped her opener from what she initially had in there. You know, it could be a sign that her deadlift is feeling a little stronger than she was initially planning today, which is always good to see. 3 white lights for her. And now to give you guys a little bit of context about what's going on in the deadlift event. In the previous lifts, we had 2 commands on squat, 3 commands on bench, but we only have 1 command on deadlift here. One of the main differences is that squat and bench both have a start command to signal the start of the lift, but there's actually no start command here. The start of the lift is whenever the lifter makes what is considered to be a genuine attempt at lifting the bar, or whenever the bar leaves the ground. So, Surya demonstrated another really great deadlift attempt for us there. And once the lifter does start the lift and they lock it out, and the head ref believes they're in a lockdown position, that head ref gives them the only command in the lift, the down command. From then, they lower the deadlift down to the ground. It doesn't need to be in full control of the bar, you know. You can't just drop it out of your hands. So you just have to follow the bar down, just like Araceli did there, maintaining a controlled grip on the bar, but that's about it. A couple common rules for disqualification that we might see in deadlift include downward motion. So, like we've seen in some of the other lifts, the bar has to travel upwards from start until finish of the lift. So, one thing that we might see is lifters sometimes, wobble at the top where they're about to lock it out, they fall forward just a little bit, and then they pull it back. That would unfortunately be a no lift. Hopefully we don't see any of that there today. But the bar does need to travel upwards completely from start to finish, just like Dominic did there. 170 kilos, he gets 3 white lights. Some other reasons we might see a disqualification: lifters cannot support the bar on their thighs at all. So what that might look like is once the bar gets past the knees, sometimes lifters might kind of jut their knees out forward and then kind of ramp the bar up their thighs and using that as support instead of actually truly pulling it up themselves. So that would be a reason for disqualification there. And then one other common reason is simply not fully locking the bar out. So that means, locking the knees out, pulling the shoulders back, pushing the hips through, making sure that you are in a true, upright, locked out position. So this will unfortunately be a no lift for Julian. It's hard to say, if he did that out of just habit, he locked it out and then kind of dropped it down, or it could be, a balance issue. I think a lot of lifters, especially new lifters, get in the habit of deadlifting in their gym where they just pick it up and then immediately lock it out and then drop it. So, the more experience you get into powerlifting, the more you want to reinforce that habit of locking it out, holding it for a second, and then controlled grip to the ground, not dropping it like that. So I have a feeling that was just, like a habit issue for him, and that he'll smoke his second attempt. Hanukkah, 182.5 for her opener. This is over 400 pounds for the sub-junior lifter. And she is closing out the flight, which is, crazy to be doing in a flight with men. And we are back up to the top with Olivia, 132.5 kilos for her second attempt. All right, we are already approaching that 300-pound mark. Serious deadlifts for these girls, 292 pounds. A little bit slow at the top, but she did lock that out. All right, bar is loaded for Cynthia. 140 kilos for her second attempt. And she locks that out very smoothly. That's going to be a good lift for her. All right, we are already at that 3-plate mark, 314 pounds, 142.5 kilos. A little bit sticky on that lockout. Hands getting caught on the thighs is a pretty common issue. Especially just the bigger quads you have. So that's why a lot of these lifters are using baby powder on their thighs. It's going to remove some of that friction that lifters might experience at the top of the lift. Up next, we have Surya with 147.5 kilos for her second attempt. And watching her walk out, she looks like a puller. She's got those long legs, long looking arms. She looks like she's built to deadlift this. And she locks it out. 325 pounds is no big deal for her. 3 white lights. All right, we are already back up to 182.5 kilos for Dominic. Let's go, Dominic. 400-pound deadlift. Locks it out. Looks pretty happy with that. 3 white lights for him. Looks like he's got some room in the tank for that third deadlift. Now, we watched Julian, was it a bobble? Was it a bad habit he needed to kick before meet day? He dropped that deadlift once he locked it out, but he seems confident enough to still go up to 185 for his second attempt. It moved fast, so I have no doubt that he'll be able to lock this out. Just a matter of, will he lock it out and hold on to it to get that down command, and then hold on to it on the way down. All right, yeah, it looks like probably just a bad habit that he needed to get rid of before meet day, because he does get that 185 for a second attempt. All right, Annika has jumped up to 190 kilos. This is 418 pounds. Locks it out. And that's a good lift for her. We are already into our third deadlift attempts. Olivia, start us out strong. 142.5. Like I said, huge milestone for women in powerlifting. This is 314 pounds, which is just about 3 plates. For a lot of women, when you start lifting, at least myself, I never imagined that I could be pulling 3 plates. When I first started, I thought that I would have been so happy to. And here she is, hitting this major milestone. So excited to watch her crush this. Let's go, Olivia. She just needs to lock it out. All right, we'll see what the refs say. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that was fully locked out, but what a grind. I think a lot of people just in the gym would have been so happy with that. It always is really unfortunate to not have it actually count on the board on meet day, but you can't be too upset from that. Up next, we have Cynthia, 147.5 kilo deadlift, 325 pounds. Bar is loaded for Cynthia, 147.5 kilos. Let's go. Everything you got right here. Come on! And she locks it out. That is an amazing end to her day. An amazing 9-for-9 finish for her.
Bars loaded.
We want to take a quick look at the overall female lifter based on those GL points. It looked before like it was going to be, kind of between Cynthia or Annika. Come on, Araceli. And she locked out 150 kilos. That is a good lift. Another amazing third deadlift finish for these ladies. All right, so like I said, I'm going to take a quick peek at these IPF points. It looked like Cynthia finished with 89.4. And I think that is actually going to stand, and Cynthia is our best overall female lifter of the day. It looks like Annika, based on what she has for her third deadlift, will put her at 85.8. Up next, we have Surya, 157.5. Come on. Lock it out. Another good third deadlift attempt. All right. Now, don't think these ladies are done, but because we still have Annika closing out the flight today. But up next, we have Dominic with 187.5 for his third attempt. We saw him look pretty happy with his second attempt, making only a 5-kilo jump up to here. I think he's feeling pretty confident going into this. And I don't think he's going to get this. Come on, Dominic. knocks it out. And I think that is a good lift. We're having such a good streak of deadlifts right now. Only one miss from, a technicality and not being fully locked down. But up next, we have Julian. Keep that streak up for us. 197.5 kilos for him. Let's go, Julian. That is another point for deadlift attempt. And to close out the flight, we have our sub-junior lifter, Annika Olsen, 197.5 kilos for her. Everyone is making some noise for them right now. Let's go, Annika. And unfortunately, she got 2 blue cards. I didn't get quite a good look, but a blue card could mean either some downward motion or ramping up the thighs, are the two things that could possibly mean. She did lock it out. It's always a good feeling to get that deadlift locked out and, kind of count that as a personal record for yourself rather than, something that counts in the meet. But still, what a way to finish out that flight. There's so much energy in the building right now. Hopefully we can keep that going. Madi is opening up the second flight with 170 kilos.
170 kilos on the platform.
A very easy opening attempt. Up next, we have Thomas with 190 kilos. It looks like every attempt from here on out is going to be over 400 pounds. He locked it out at the top. Yeah, so unfortunately we did see that kind of wobble at the top. Like I talked about earlier, the bar has to completely travel up from start to finish, and when you kind of, whether it's losing your balance at the top, just kind of getting off center, some people lean forward a little bit there, so just need to keep it pulled back and make sure the bar doesn't travel downwards at all. It looks like he's still strong, can come back and retake it, but up right now we have Cooper taking 195 kilos. Just like a deadlift opener should look like. All right, we are already into the 200s. 200 kilos for Roman. That is 440 pounds on the bar for him. smooth attempt from him. All right, Henry is going to be taking 210 kilos for his opening attempt. I love how many more attempts we're seeing actually be made in this session. A lot of times when you are at a local meet and there's a lot of new lifters, you're going to see a lot of missed attempts from things that they maybe didn't realize were rules. But one of the great things about watching one of these primetime sessions is a lot of these people do have some experience under their belt. So just like Henry showed us, a beautiful deadlift right there, and he gets 3 white lights. Now, I will say the deadlift is kind of one of the harder lifts to miss. We see a lot of squats missed on depth, a lot of benches missed maybe from overshooting yourself based on what you think the pause might be. But deadlift, no one's judging your depth. No one's giving you a pause to wait on. You simply just have to pick it up, and it's kind of just, did you lock it out or not? So most misses in deadlift we're gonna see are on strength, whether it's from not being able to finish the lift, not being able to hold on to it, or sometimes we see some of these smaller technicality disqualifications. But another beautiful deadlift from Zane right there. All right, now Hugo is taking 215 kilos.
Bar is voted for Hugo.
Bar is voted for him. Demonstrating yet another good deadlift attempt. And we are actually missing a lifter in this flight. Unfortunately, Nicholas decided to no longer finish the meet. He did unfortunately bomb out on squat, decided to continue benching, but maybe decided he didn't want to stick around for deadlifts. So this flight's going to move a little bit faster because we've got one less person. So Anthony is actually our last person of the flight for this second flight. 225 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. And I briefly mentioned this earlier today, but we're going to see a lot of different variations in deadlift and how lifters actually perform the lift, whether it's sumo like Anthony is performing right now, where the legs are outside of the hands, or whether it's conventional where the hands are outside of the legs and you're in a lot more narrower of a stance. Both stances are valid and both count as a deadlift. There definitely is a common misconception that a sumo maybe is a little bit easier, but as someone who's actually competed kind of back and forth with both, I can tell you that has definitely not been the case for me. And my conventional has actually been stronger than my sumo in a lot of cases. It really does just mean, what works best for each lifter. I will say I am someone who's not very well leveraged for deadlift at all. So maybe that's why it doesn't really matter which stance I do. They're gonna kind of be equally as mid. But every lifter is built differently, and we want to allow lifters to make these lifts work in their benefit and to how they can work for them. Oh, so unfortunately we saw kind of a grip issue with Madi. It looks like he's strong enough to pick it up. It's just slipping out of his hands. He is going to have another chance to come back out at this. But unfortunately, unfortunately, that 185 was going to be a no lift for him. Looks like he's actually decided to still go up for his third attempt. Kind of an interesting choice. But sometimes lifters, they might decide like maybe they didn't get enough chalk on their hands, or maybe they felt themselves set their grip wrong, and they know that if they change this, they'll feel better. So it looks like he made that decision to still go up 5 kilos for his third attempt. But sometimes, it might not be that they have a solution, and it might just be that, it's their last attempt, and they want to go crazy, and they want to pull what they came there to pull. So who knows what's going through Marty's mind, but looks like him and his coach decided to go up to 190. Up currently, we have Cooper taking his second attempt of 207.5. Really taking his time. Like we saw in the previous lifts, that the lifters have 60 seconds to get the start command. Lifters have the full 60 seconds just to begin the deadlift. They don't have to finish the deadlift in that time, just to start it. So he knows that he has enough time. He can take pretty much as much time as he needs within that 60 seconds to, get in the right headspace, make sure he's fully set up, make sure he braces how he wants to before starting that pull. Up next, we have Roman. His second attempt is 210 kilos. Locks it out with ease. All right, we are up to 4 reds on the bar. 225 kilos for Henry right now.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Henry. Let me know if you need some help.
225 kilos. He locks it out. 3 white lights for him.
Up next is Hugo. We've got 500 pounds on the bar. Bar is loaded. Come on, Hugo.
All right, 230 kilos for Hugo. He's getting the crowd excited for him.
Come on, Hugo. Come on, Hugo.
A little bit too much for that second attempt. He still has 1 more attempt at that weight. And if I haven't said enough already, truly such a great crowd here. We're seeing people cheering for lifters that they probably have never met before. Which, it makes you feel so, makes it so much better, especially if you're a new lifter and this is your first meet. Such a great environment to be in. All right, Zane has 232.5 kilos for his second attempt. And funny enough, it kind of looked like he made an attempt to pick it up before he then got it off the ground. That could just be me. But even if the bar doesn't get off the ground, something that is deemed as a genuine attempt to pick up the bar is your attempt. So if someone kind of tries really hard but doesn't get the bar off the ground. Unfortunately, that does count as their attempt usually. So you don't get to keep trying until the bar gets off the ground. But we are gonna. Oh, Zane decided to go up 2.5 kilos from his second attempt, even after missing it. So we can see him come back out for 235. And right now we have Anthony taking 245 for his second attempt. If I remember correctly, his first attempt moved very nicely, and hopefully this second moves the same. Oh yeah, very clean attempt there from him. I'm sure we're gonna see another sizable jump from him. All right. We watched Buddy miss his second attempt on grip. Decided to actually go up 5 kilos from there. Who knows what the justification for in that was. Hopefully he, figured out what the grip issue was and is able to come back from that and hit this third attempt. That's the great thing where even if you miss an attempt, you can't go down from it, but you can go up. All right, bar is loaded. And he locks it out. I'm glad he actually made that choice to go up. Ignore what I said, because he made that 5 kilo jump after the grip slip. Up next, we have Thomas taking 197.5 kilos. He missed 190, came back for it on his second attempt. Come on, Thomas. Quite the comeback, missing that first attempt, coming back for it on the second, and then increasing it on the third. Up next, we have Cooper with 215 kilos.
One more leg. Last leg. Bars loaded for Cooper.
All right, bar is loaded for Cooper. Truly taking his time getting set up for the bar. And he locks it out. Waiting for the lights. And he gets 3 white lights. That's a good lift. What a way to end the day for him. Giving all those reps a fist bump. It's always great to thank the people who are volunteering their time, making this meet possible for us. All right. Like Tonga said, if you heard him, Roman, if he gets this, will be one of the first people in this fight to go 9 for 9. 225 kilos is loaded on the bar for him right now. Let's go, Roman. And that's a good lift for him. Got some friends in the back he's celebrating with. All right, we're adding that chip onto those 4 reds. 227.5 kilos for Henry. Once again, our 66 kilo lifter. Pretty big deadlifter. Let's go, Henry.
Go, Henry.
Barely got it past the knees, but a little bit too heavy there. You know, he did make a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, so really nothing else he could have done there. Can't be too mad about that for today. Hugo is 230 for his second attempt and is back out for it for his third.
First place. Make some noise in the back. Make some noise in the
You know, it's always great that you can get a second chance at that weight like that. A little scary always when you see that lifter fall backwards, but glad that he's safe and nothing serious happened. Up next, we watched Zane miss 232, barely got it off the ground, and has decided to up it again by 2.5 kilos to take 235 for his third attempt. You know, not always the choice you might see lifters make, but hopefully he can pull through and get this third deadlift. Let's go, Zane. You know, he got it a little further than he did the 232, but just couldn't finish that lockout.
We've got the bar being loaded for Anthony. 260 kilos at 502 pounds. Anthony is not only versus weight cut meet, first overall in the entire meet. Trying to extend his feet right here.
All right, Anthony has 260 kilos loaded for his third attempt. And he's having such a great day so far. Made all 3 squat attempts, all 3 bench attempts, and is 2 for 2 on deadlifts right now. And you know, his second deadlift attempt looked so strong. And he's making an he's making a smaller jump than he did from his first to his second. So I have no doubt that this one is going to move very well. And he's going to close out on such a strong day here. Like I was saying, he's in contention to be our best overall male lifter today. And getting this deadlift would lock in 91 GL points. Oh yeah. Let's see what the refs say on that. 3 white lights. And that locks in his 91.4 GL points. The only other person who's catching up behind him is Daryl in the third and final flight. Forecasted with his opening deadlift attempt at 85, so 4 points behind him. But in terms of GL points, 4 points is actually quite a large spread. You know, who knows what is even going through the mind of Daryl? You know, is he trying to simply get the best total that he can today, or is he trying to outpull Anthony to get this best male lifter of the meet? Don't go anywhere. Even though we're back to openers, definitely want to stick around to see how this best overall lifter can pan out for today. CJ opens us up with 155 kilos. And that's a good lift from him. All right, we are jumping all of the way up to 192.5 for Jupiter's opening attempt.
Bar is loaded for Jupiter.
And that looks like a good deadlift attempt to me. 3 white lights for Jupiter. Next lifter up is Alex, 200 kilos for his opening attempt. All right, bar is loaded. We're keeping the energy high for these opening deadlift attempts. This is the last flight of deadlifts of the entire meet. It will not be long until we're back at third pulls again. Very clean deadlift opener.
Same weight is going to be loaded for Ryan. 200 kilos, 441 pounds. Bar is loaded for Ryan. Let's go, Ryan.
200 kilos looks like a good attempt for Ryan. I always think it's, oh, I spoke too soon. Looks like he got a red card and a blue card. I think it's always interesting to see kind of the different approaches lifters take in all 3 lifts, but specifically deadlifts. You know, I've seen some lifters genuinely sprint out to every attempt, just to, you know, I guess keep the adrenaline up. You know, maybe they just hit some salts. They run out there and pull as fast as they can, and that almost looked like what we saw Ryan do. But then we have some lifters who, you know, use up their entire 60-second timeline, kind of stalk the bar, take their time getting set up. You see a lot of people, you know, they have a routine that they go through. They, you know, throw their arms out. They take a huge brace. They, you know, say a prayer even. It's always cool to see lifters' routines before they go out and how those differ between each person. Up next, we have Jonathan taking 215 kilos for his opening attempt. That's a very clean opening attempt from him. 3 white lights.
We got Gavin up next, going to do the same way. Bar is loaded for Gavin. Make some noise for Gavin.
And that's a good lift for Gavin, 215 kilos. Up next is Brandon with 225 kilos. And like we saw earlier, Brandon is our proud Wisconsin native, I'm assuming. I don't know why someone who didn't live in Wisconsin would wear a Wisconsin singlet, but here he is, rocking it. 225 kilos for his opening attempt. Three white lights for him. We're moving through these opening deadlift attempts. Like I said, deadlift is a relatively easy lift to make on the platform. We saw one issue, I think, with a soft lockout But other than that, everyone's, you come out, you pick it up, and that's all there is to it. And another good lift, it looks like, from Kelly.
Bar is loaded. Make some noise for Roman.
All right, 250 kilos is on the bar for Roman's opening attempt. Three white lights for him.
We've got two more opening attempts. Our last two opening.
And we are about to wrap up our opening deadlifts. Merrick has the same 250 kilos on that bar. Very fast on the way up. And I kind of guessed that. So he did get a 2-1 with a red card from the side. Sometimes, especially in the sumo, when you lock out that hard, we kind of saw his knee slightly unlock from that leaning back. So that's one thing to look out in some of these sumo deadlifts. You don't want to pull too far back so that you unlock the knee. And sometimes, that's a really easy fix. Sometimes just making sure that you are, very mindfully locking out those knees hard. But up next, we have Daryl taking 257.5 kilos. And like I was saying, Daryl is shortly behind for best overall male. 3 white lights for him. And I will try my best to keep you guys updated on what that standing is kind of looking like as he is potentially trying to catch up to Anthony's score from the previous fight. All right, and we are already back to the top of the flight. Second attempt, CJ is taking 175 kilos. Very controlled on the way down, but that's a good lift for him. I would also give the score in dots for anyone who's unfamiliar with the IPF GL point system. In the earlier flight, we saw that Cynthia had the highest points of the meet. She had 89.4 GL points, or 421 dots. Shortly behind her, we saw Annika with 84 kilos and 361 dots. Currently in the number 1 spot for best overall male, we had Anthony with 91.4 GL points, or 452 dots. And then, like I said, trailing behind him in that second place is Daryl. Currently with his opening deadlift, he sits at 85.4 GL points, or 415 dots. And right now we have Ryan taking 210 kilos for a second attempt. He missed that opening attempt with 1 red card, 1 blue card, decided to go up 10 kilos, and it looks like it worked out in his favor. 2-1 with 2 highlights is a good lift for him. All right, and up next we have Alex taking 215 kilos for his second attempt.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Alex.
Bars loaded for Alex. Looks like we had just a few questions over the length of his socks earlier. The Dunlop socks are supposed to completely cover the shins. This is because it's pretty common for the deadlift bar to kind of scrape up the shins. And without those socks to cover, unfortunately he didn't wait for that down command, so it's going to be a no lift for him. All right, moving on, we have Gavin with 227.5 kilos. And it looks like his coach might have been a little bit confused on what that call was. Especially as a coach or lifter, I always encourage people to make sure you check with the referees on what the call was for. If you are confused at all, just to make sure you know exactly what you need to fix for that next attempt. So in his case, it was just waiting for that down command. But up currently, we have Gavin taking 227.5 kilos. He knocks it out, waits for the down command, and he gets his 3 white lights.
Bar is loaded for Jack. He's at perfect pace so far. He's trying to keep his speed going. Let's make some noise for Jack.
All right, we're getting loud for Jack for his second attempt of 227.5 kilos. And Jack's been having a really good day so far. Made all 3 squats, all 3 benches. I'm assuming this second deadlift is going to go pretty well. Let's see it, Jack. Knocks it out. And he gets 3 white lights. Jonathan has 230 kilos loaded for his second attempt.
Bar is loaded for Jonathan. Make some noise for Jonathan, please.
Knocks it out. One of those levels where it's a little sticky off the floor, but you know, once you get it off the floor and get it past the knees, kind of a snappy lockout from there. Which honestly, it's a little more common in my opinion to see that technique with the sumo deadlift. So it's definitely interesting to see it with a conventional puller. But up next we have Brandon with 232.5 kilos. Like I said, it looks like he's got a pretty large fan base here with him today. Very smooth attempt from him. Looks like he's got a little bit more left in him for that third attempt. And now we've got Kelly with 252.5 for his second attempt.
156 pounds. Bar is loaded for Kelly. Let's go, Kelly. Make some noise for Kelly.
And that's going to be a good lift for Kelly. 3 white lights for him. All right. 267.5 kilos for Roman. We are inching closer towards the 600-pound mark, and it looks like we're going to see some 600-pound pulls today. Based on the numbers that I see and put it in here, Roman has 267.5 on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Roman.
A very nice second attempt from him. Same weight's gonna stay on that bar for Daryl.
Bar is loaded for Daryl. You know Daryl, make some noise.
Daryl's got some fans in the house today, and I said I was gonna keep you guys updated on the standings for that best overall lifter. I don't think that Daryl's gonna be able to beat out Andy's GL points, but he's gonna be a very strong second overall male lifter today. Knocks out that 267.5, and that secures him an 86.7 GL score so far with that second attempt, with still another chance to up that with his third deadlift. And ladies and gentlemen, 600 pounds is on the bar right now from Eric, 272.5 kilos.
This is 600 pounds.
Oh wow! It looks like he locked that knee out a little harder like we saw last time, and he gets 3 white lights. All right, we are on to our last round of deadlifts of the entire meet. This is last deadlifts of the last flight of the last session. CJ King is going to start us out with 182.5 kilos for his opening, for his third deadlift attempt. Hey, it's still yellow. Still yellow. Hey. It looks like we had a little mishap with the spotting and loading. Gotta make sure we get that right weight on there for CJ, but 182.5 is loaded for him. Bar is loaded.
Come on, CJ.
And that is a good lift for CJ. 3 white lights. Such a great way to end the day. You know, only a small mishap, missing a 2.5 jump on his third bench. Other than that, a pretty perfect day in my opinion. Up next is Jupiter taking 207.5 kilos for his third attempt. Bars loaded for him. Let's go. A little bit too much, but I mean, he only jumped 2.5 kilos from what he did on his second attempt. So to get 205, attempt 207 and not get that, you know, like I've been saying, can't be too mad about that. Still a pretty good day for him. Up next, we have 227.5 kilos on the bar for Alex. He didn't wait for the down command on his second attempt of 215 kilos. Decided to still go up anyways. You know, it is a technicality error he missed out on. One last attempt at this. Come on, Alex. Locks it out. Waits for the command. Has a little bit of a celebration there. All right, Ryan is up next. 227.5 kilos for his third attempt. A little bit of bumpy road missing that first attempt, but still going on plan. Come on, Ryan. Dropped it once they got up to the knees. Very unfortunate to see, but still walked away with a 210 kilo deadlift from his second attempt. All right, from here on out, everyone has made all of their first and second attempts, and everyone is going, everyone's going to go crazy on their third deadlift attempts. We are getting loud. Jack has 242.5 loaded for his third deadlift attempt. Oh yeah, come on. Finish it. And that is a good lift for him. All right, 245 kilos on the bar for Jonathan. Matching that jump he made from the first attempt. You know, had some bumps in the road earlier on in the meet, but still has this final deadlift attempt to prove himself. Come on, Jonathan. Oh, he locks it out easily. 3 white lights is a good lift. All right, 245 kilos is still on the bar for Gavin. Bar is loaded for him. Let's go, Gavin. Locks it out. 3 white lights. All right, we are on such a good streak right now. The last 3 lifters have all gone 3 for 3 on deadlifts. Hopefully Brandon can keep that going. His second attempt looks strong. He's got 250 loaded for his third attempt. I'm not even gonna try on top of these guys. A little bit too much for him today, but you know, not a bad way to end the day when you have so much hype from the crowd behind you like he just did. All right, we are just under 600 pounds now. For a lot of people, you know, this is the 5th red that they're loading. This is 595 pounds, 270 kilos. This is such a dream number for so many people when they power lift. Let's go, Kelly.
Are y'all making noise for Kelly?
And that's a good lift for him. All right, we are officially back over 600 pounds now. 275 kilos. Like Tone just said, if you heard him, everything from here on out is going to be over 600 pounds. This is 606 on the bar right now, 275 kilos. Like I said, Daryl is looking to solidify his place as second best overall male right now. Let's go, Daryl. And that's a good lift for him. All right. Up next, 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds for Roman. This will actually get him exactly 400 dots. A very big milestone for a lot of lifters. This is getting 400 on the dot. Let's go, Roman. 611 pounds. That is a good lift. All right, we have one final deadlift of the meet. 285 kilos. 628 pounds. One last deadlift. Come on, boy. He locked it out. See what the refs say. Oh. That is so unfortunate. Such an insane deadlift to lock out. He did get some blue cards for either downward motion, supporting on the thighs, but still such an intense way to end the day. I just want to do a quick recap for you guys of our best lifters. In that first flight today, we had Cynthia Leo finish out with 89.405 GL points or 421 dots. She was going to be our best overall female lifter. And then in that last flight, in the previous flight, we had Anthony Matronga with 91.494 GL points, which is 452.083 dots. I just want to give a big thank you to everyone who tuned in for this meet. Huge thank you to anyone who sponsored this meet, to Troy and anyone who helped direct and put together this meet. The energy here was so great. To everyone who was spectating as well. These people in the community are what make meets like this so fun. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Katie DeGuider. He stepped away for a little bit, but I have Tom with me again.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
All right. Thank you guys so much for listening. Have a good night.